Semuanya gitu mas, jadi bisa kita mau sebuah agenda
ya harus masukkan juga ada platform Evernote even right jadi berarti dia word publish juga, jadi kita tahu ada, berarti memang konsekuensinya kita harus committed. Jadi kalau ini sudah di even right institusi dan MEBIC sama Pacific dari tahun depan ada lagi. Kira-kira 2 tahun sekali mas. Nah
mau ngambil ini latar orang ini.
Minta lah kemarin itu.
Ya.
Tahun ganjil berarti 2023. Kalau kalian online dulu.
Apa namanya itu?
Banyaknya program driven, programnya banyak ini ya. Ya turis destination kan.
Nggak ada itu. Setelah praktek mikro, kita mengakhirinya gimana? Berarti penggantinya
sini Bu, berarti kalau sebelum kemudian nanti ada lagi dari
baru Pak Sandiaga Uno.
Baru pas Sandiaga Uno, jadi Sandiaga Uno.
Oh, oke. Ya, itu ya. Ada lagi yang perlu diputar?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Professor Dr. Agung Damar Syakti, SPEDA, as Rector of Maritime Raja Ali Haji University. The Honorable Dr. Asmaul Husna, as Dean Economics Faculty, Maritime Raja Ali Haji University, and all of the audience. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Refda Swinti. It's a precious chance for me to be your master ceremony on this special occasion, Maritime Economics and Business International Conference, with the theme is Marine Sociopreneurship, Real Action for a Blue Economy. First of all, let's say thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy, so we can attend and participate in this special event without any obstacle. Praise and salutation upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who had brought us to the path of light from the darkness in this life. I would like to welcome Mr. Gunter Pauli and Mr. M. Khabir Hassan as our speaker today, and all of the audience. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next is National Anthem Indonesia Raya. The audience is asked to stand up and for the virtual participant to take a perfect stage. Audience, please sit back. Move on to the next agenda is praying and guided by Mr. Winatamira, SAMSC. To Mr. Winatamira, time is yours.
This prayer session in Indonesia for our mostly attending here in Indonesians. So let me guide you in bahasa, and there's no problem, eh? Okay, let's start with our Grand Surah Al-Fatihah, please. Bismillah. Alhamdulillah. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. حمدا شاكرين حمدا ناعمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا وحبيبنا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا وحبيبنا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا وحبيبنا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. اللهم يا الله يا ربنا سبحانك لا إله إلا أنت يا حي يا قيوم يا رحمن يا رحيم يا جبار يا غفار يا وهاب يا رزاق يا مليك يا قدوس يا عزيز يا سلام يا شفيع. اللهم يا الله اللهم لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إنا كنا من الظالمين. اللهم لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إنا كنا من الظالمين. اللهم يا الله يا ربنا أصبحنا وأصبح الملك لله والحمد لله. لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له له الملك وله الحمد وهو على كل شيء قدير. ربنا نسألك الهدى والتقى والعفاف والغنى. ربنا نسألك الخير ما في هذا اليوم وخير ما بعده. ربنا نعوذ بك من شر ما في هذا اليوم وشر ما بعده. ربنا نعوذ بك من عذاب في النار ومن عذاب القبر. Allahumma ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami yang Maha Pengasih lagi Maha Penyayang. Ya Rabbana, ya Rahman, ya Rahim. Dengan perkenan-Mu ya Allah, dengan rahmat-Mu ya Allah, kami berhimpun di sini ya Allah untuk mengadakan suatu majelis untuk menyebarluaskan kebesaran ilmu-Mu ya Allah. Ya Allah ya Rahman, karuniakanlah kepada kami kemudahan bagi kami untuk menerima ilmu-ilmu yang bermanfaat yang Kau karuniakan ke atas seluruh alam ini ya Allah. Ya Allah, jadikanlah kami penyampai-penyampai ilmu yang hak daripada Engkau ya Allah, daripada baginda Nabi Muhammad SAW kekasih-Mu ya Allah. Ya Allah ya Rahman ya Rahim, jadikanlah diri kami ini lemah, jadikanlah diri kami ini diri yang tetap kekuasaan-Mu. Jangan jadikan ilmu yang Engkau karuniakan kepada kami ini sebagai pintu-pintu riya, sebagai pintu-pintu ujub, sebagai pintu-pintu kami untuk membesarkan diri kami ya Allah, karena tidak ada yang besar kecuali Engkau yang maha besar ya Allah. Tidak ada yang berkuasa kecuali Engkau yang maha berkuasa ya Allah. Tidak ada yang maha berilmu, yang alim kecuali Engkau yang maha berilmu ya Allah. Dan tidak ada yang maha berkehendak kecuali Engkau yang maha berkehendak ya Allah. Ya Allah, jadikanlah ilmu yang Engkau karuniakan kepada kami sebagai ladang amal kami ya Allah, sebagai ladang pengabdian kami kepada umat dan masyarakat ini ya Allah. Ya Allah, mudahkanlah kami ya Allah, berkahilah perjalanan hidup kami dalam perkhidmatan kami sebagai insan-insan akademik di kampus yang kami cintai ya Allah. Berkahilah perjalanan kampus ini ya Allah, Universitas Maritime Raja Ali Haji ya Allah, yang telah didirikan dengan semangat untuk menyebarluaskan karunia ilmu yang Engkau takdirkan di atas seluruh alam ini ya Allah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabi Rasulillah ajma'in. Subhanaka rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun ala mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mr. Widatawira, SA MSc. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is speech by Dean of Economic Faculty, Dr. Asmaul Husna, SAAK MMCA. To Dr. Asmaul Husna, time is yours.
Dengaran Pak salah ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. The Honorable Professor Agung Damar Sakti, Rector of Raja Ali Haji Maritime University, our honorable keynote speakers, and all present from this MEBIC event and outstanding audience of MEBIC, either being here at the venue or from anywhere online through meeting platform of the Zoom. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, did you know how long has the world been here? How old is the earth? 10 million, 100 million? It's 4.50 and 4 billion years. So in calculating, in my age is 0.00001101 of the earth age. Of course, in astronomy, we talk about billion of years like it's no big deal. A recent study conducted by the University of East Anglia, UK, estimate that Earth is still capable of supporting life for at least 1.7 and 5 billion years. We won't live for that long, but our great-grandchildren will do. So, what I'm saying is the kind of Earth we will pass on to our descendants depend on how we treat it. Ladies and gentlemen, since the 21st century, the concept of the blue economy has become increasingly popular. The concept of blue economy has been widely echoed in seminar, consortium, lecture, etc. According to Wenhei et al., International Society believes the blue economy covers 3 economic forms: economy coping with global water crisis, innovative development economy, and development of marine economy. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the World Bank, the blue economy is sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improve livelihood and jobs, and ocean ecosystem health. The blue economy encompasses many activities such as renewable energy, fisheries, maritime, transport, tourism, climate change, and waste management. And according to the Commonwealth, there are at least 5 facts for you to know. First, the worldwide ocean economy is valued at around 1.5 trillion US dollar per year. Second, 80% of global trade by volume is carried by sea. Third, 350 billion jobs worldwide are linked to fisheries. But by 2025, is estimated that 34% of crude of production will come from offshore field. Aquaculture is the fast growing food sector and provide about 20% of fish for human consumption. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure we are concerned about this issue, and therefore we invite experts in their field to discuss what is the real action of the blue economy. Well, I will close my speech with a quote from Professor Gunter Fauli's book. Our lives are full of stress. Some meditate, some work, some sing and dance. Nature offers us garlic, maitake, and hibiscus to relieve stress. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you to Dr. Asma Husna, SA AK MMCA. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is speech by Rector of Maritime's Raja Ali Haji University. To Professor Agung Damar Shakti and Dr. Professor Agung Damar Shakti, time is yours. And Professor Dr. Agung Damasyakti, please open the MEBIC conference.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you all. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me in this opportunity to welcome all of these conference participants by first praying our grateful and praise to the Almighty God and for His blessing, grace, and mercy that have made us possible together in this room in this excellent condition health. The keynote speaker and the invited speaker, the outstanding invited speaker, I can cite here Mr. Gunther Pauli. We acknowledge him as the Blue Economic Father Foundation because, you know, when talking about the blue economy, it is a new version of the green economy with the involvement of the innovation and also the involvement of the society to conduct the program in the objective for the sustainable development. We have also Mr. Habir Hussain from New Orleans University, USA. His expertise will enrich us about the blue economy. We have also the outstanding speaker from China, from the First Institute of Oceanology, China. And UMRA, our university has already the collaboration with the FIO and mostly in the oceanography field. But now we try to enlarge this collaboration with the economic faculty and the FIO. Another outstanding speaker is Professor Henri Du. Professor Henri is my mentor from France, from Aix-Marseille University, and his expertise is about the intelligent economic. So, intelligent economics are tools that can help us to strengthening the activity and the objective of the blue economic. We have also Mr. Mahbubi Ali from Malaysia, from International Institute of Advanced Islamic Studies, and also Elfa Sohi from University of South Australia. And of course, from Indonesia, for national speaker, we have also many speakers that can enrich our conference, and we can get the fruitful discussion in this 2-3 days, the conference. You know, Indonesia has declared itself to become the maritime fulcrum or maritime axis, and blue economy can help us to get the objective of the sustainable development goal. In Riau Island province, which is consists by more than 2,400 islands, and all the territory is covered by the water, this very attractive locus for the research. So regarding to the blue economy, I think Riau Island province is the one of the best site to develop any aspect regarding to the sustainable development goal by using the marine and maritime resources for the welfare of human being. So I think so. I hope all the participants can enjoy the conference today. Yeah, you know that in the attainment of the Indonesian vision as the maritime fulcrum, that's require the right policy, strategy, and action oriented that the abundant maritime potency can be empowered optimal as possible, and it can be use for the development of Indonesia to become a big, strength and the prosperous country based on the objective condition as the strategic country with the abundant maritime assets. I want to cite the quote from the Albert Einstein. Yes, it is not the strongest of the species we survive, nor the most intelligent species which will survive. That is the one who can adaptable to the chance this is will be survive. So the keyword of the blue economic of also it's this the innovation. The innovation is been also the transformation. The transformation is been of the adaptation to the change. Yeah. So I think the 2 days conference is very interesting. Yeah. And we can in this perspective. It's inspired Umrah to take the initiative to carry out the Maritime Economic Business International Conference, which is actually the first time in Faculty of Economy. And I would like to announce you, not formally, of course, that hopefully this years the name of the Faculty of Economy will be changed, will be transformed to become the Faculty of the Economy and Business of Maritime. So this is closely related with the theme of the conference today. Last but not least, I don't want to forget that we acknowledge the sponsor for the kind support and help the MEBIC organization. And I'm very proud with the MEBIC organizing committee who have prepared with great enthusiasm for this conference. And without further ado, to all our distinguished guests and participants, thank you for being here. Welcome and enjoy the conference. And I formally open this 2 days this conference with praying and saying the Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I open this MEBIC conference 2021. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Agung Damarsyati, SPIDEA. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a photo together. So please use the background wallpaper in Zoom that we have sent. So information for all audience, please open the camera and use the background wallpaper. Okay, thank you for the all audience. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before the presentation session, we will show videos from Bank of Indonesia.
Kata ayah, itu namanya mesin ATM. Ayah sering ngasih makan mesin ATM pakai kartu. Abis itu mesin ATM dipijit-pijit. Terus surat uang deh. ya?
Oh, ini. Iya, ini uang baru. Nilainya Rp75.000.
Wah, boleh pinjem gak ya?
Boleh.
Uangnya rapi, mulus, dan warnanya terang. Bagus banget. Nih ya.
Bagus ya?
Iya.
Yuk.
Ayo. Ibu.
Udah pulang?
Udah dong.
Cepet banget. Dah sana cuci tangan.
Biasa, Bu.
Apa nih?
Buat belanja.
Wih, uang baru nih.
Iya dong.
Makasih ya.
Sama-sama. Sejak kapan kamu ada di situ? Pasti uang jajan, iya kan? Nih. Nah,
Kok lecek sih ya, nggak kayak punya ibu?
sebentar. Kamu tahu nggak kenapa uang bisa lecek?
Enggak.
Sini. Bayangin, sejak uang keluar dari mesin ATM, uang yang bagus itu kamu pakai beli-beli. Artinya uang itu pindah dari tangan ke tangan. Nah, di antara orang-orang yang menyimpan uang, ada yang ditaruh di saku, dilipat, ditekuk, dijepit, ditaruh di dalam dompet, kedudukan, kebasahan. Jadi uangnya kotor dan lecek. Kamu suka uang yang bersih kan? Terus gimana caranya supaya uang gak lecek?
Disimpan baik-baik, nggak kejepit, dan nggak ketekuk.
Pinter anak ayah.
Terus mana ya uangnya yang nggak lecek ya?
Nih. Nah,
Makasih ayah.
sama-sama. Ini dek, bayarnya.
Tunggu sebentar. Abang tahu nggak kenapa uang bisa lecek?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is presentation by the speakers. The session will be guided by our moderator, Dr. Adriwanto. Dr. Adriwanto, PhD student, current job, PhD student, Asia Africa Institute, Department of Sociology and Anthropology, University of Hamburg, Germany. 2. Contract for service, consultancy work, Indonesia program as Rajaratnam School of International Studies, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. 3. Member of Advisory Board, Gerbang Nusantara Foundation, educational institution in Tanjung Pinang, Riau Islands, Indonesia. So, to Dr. Adriwanto, time is yours.
Shall I stand up or shall I sit down? Can I just sit down?
Please sit down.
Good morning, everybody. This is an opportunity for me to be among all of you guys as a very prominent economics. To be honest, this is, but really I have a chit chat with all of you guys from a different, wider perspective on maritime economy and business in this regard. So today we have our next event is going to be like a keynote speakers by the Bapak Sandiaga Uno, Minister of Tourism, and a creative economy of Republic Indonesia. But unfortunately for today's speech, he's gonna give our speech on type and record it. So let's welcome the speech by Mr. Sandiaga Uno.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from Ijen, Banyuwangi, East Java, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, oceans occupy 70% of our planet and international waters make up 95% of this volume. For Indonesia, the sea is vital for its economy and prosperity. With more than 17,500 islands and 3/4 of its territory at sea, the oceans are the centers of Indonesia's prosperity. On the other side, it also causes governance and accountability to be very blurred at sea. Thus, Indonesia's marine and coastal ecosystems and their economic value are threatened due to overfishing, degradations of mangroves and coral reefs, and marine debris. A blue economy or sustainable ocean economy strategy can address these challenges. Indonesia has tremendous blue economic potentials from the tourism side, such as ecotourism, marine tourism, marine products such as fisheries and mining, to coral reefs conservations for environmental sustainability. Blue economy concept is one of the most elaborations of Indonesia's National Medium-Term Development Plan, or RPG 2024, because it is related to two. Firstly, economic, and secondly, building the environment, increasing disaster resilience and change. The Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy is very committed to maintain the health and sustainability of the ocean. In the long term, with Sustainable Tourism Development, or SD Development Program, which highlight the collaborations of Indonesia's Sustainable Tourism Council. We really emphasize on ISTC to guide tourism that is more quality and sustainability. Some of the highlights are prototyping with region cross-sectors for a blue and green economy, circular economy, carbon neutral prototyping, renewable energy, waste management, and water protections. Green investments, green sustainable projects, millennial green champions, and green leaders, conservations and biodiversity program. Ladies and gentlemen, protecting the ocean ecosystem is less a matter of science than a sociology, economics, and politics. It requires balancing the interests and ambitions of many stakeholders, from researchers to the government to all those people whose livelihoods depend on marine resources. Developing a vibrant blue economy is feasible collaborations. We are ready to do our part in collaborations with all of you. Let's work a tidal wave of change and forge a sustainable economy. It's all mankind, in particular the Indonesian people. Thank you very much, and may God bless all of us. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh, wonderful Indonesia.
Okay, we just saw that the keynote speaker, Bapak Sandiaga Uno, who gave a speech regarding the blue economy and all of the opportunities that we can see from Indonesian perspective. There's a bit challenging here, that whether we are going to think locally, a state-centric perspective, or more the global perspective, is become the big issues and discussion later on. But before we go further, discuss about this, all of this opportunity, we are going to invite our speaker, Professor Kabir Hassan. He's going to be our speaker today to discuss about this blue economy. But to Professor Kabir Hassan, I was given your short bio here. but it's not really short, because if I read all of this bio, it's going to take 45 minutes to just like finish all of your bio and publications. So I try to make it short to introduce all of you guys, all of the scholar here, that who is the Professor Kabir Hasan. Everybody already knows, I believe that everybody knows whose background, the background actually is from economic background, who is Professor Kabir Hasan. But anyway, I'm gonna read it for you. Professor Kabir Hasan is he's a professor of finance in the Department of Economics and Finance in University of New Orleans, which is in Louisiana. Louisiana is like very nice place to live. Is where Mississippi River actually is. This is that's very interesting place to live. And now he's currently hold a chair Herbanian Professor of Economics and Finance. And then also, is Hancock Whitney Chair Professor in Business and Bank, one Professor in Business in the University of New Orleans. Professor Hasan is the winner of the 2016 Islamic Development Bank ADB prize in Islamic Banking and Finance. Professor Hasan is a financial economist with a consulting, research, and teaching experience in development finance, money and capital markets, Islamic finance, corporate finance, investment, monetary economics, macroeconomic, Islamic banking and finance, and international trade and finance. Professor Hasan has done consulting work for the World Bank, International Monetary Fund, African Development Bank, Transparency International Bangladesh, Islamic Development Bank, United Nations Development Program, UNDP, so many others organization as well. So I'm not gonna read one by one. This is maybe it's quite important for all of the lecturer from Umrah University that Dr. Hasan has served associate chair from 2004, and currently is serving graduate program coordinator of PhD in financial economics. I believe that after this event is going to be a lot of application for PhD program from Umrah University to Professor Hasan to be his student. So I can't believe Professor Hasan has over 350 papers. This is really excessive. And about 23 scholarly books and 3 textbooks on Islamic banking and finance. I'm not going to read entire bio of Professor Hasan. So I believe that you already know him very well. Pardon? Okay, so what shall we do for now? So we are still waiting for Professor Hasan. Okay, while we're waiting for Professor Kabir Hasan, we are gonna look at this video from our sponsors, please.
Rupiah dan Negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia. Keduanya tidak dapat dipisahkan. Rupiah sebagai simbol kedaulatan negara, sebagai satu-satunya alat pembayaran yang sah di Indonesia, mendukung setiap aktivitas ekonomi masyarakat, penggerak roda perekonomian, kebanggaan seluruh komponen bangsa Indonesia. Rupiah didesain dengan sepenuh hati menampilkan pahlawan nasional kebanggaan bangsa, keindahan dan keragaman budaya Nusantara, memperkuat kebinakaan negara Indonesia. Dengan nilai keindahan dan teknologi pengamanan yang tinggi, menjaga rupiah, menjaga simbol kedaulatan negara. Saya yakin semua cinta rupiah dengan mengenali, merawat, dan menjaganya sepenuh hati. Saya juga yakin semua bangga rupiah dengan menggunakannya dan mematuhinya sebagai satu-satunya alat pembayaran yang sah untuk setiap transaksi ekonomi dan keuangan di seluruh wilayah Indonesia sebagai simbol kedaulatan dan pemersatu bangsa. Saya mengajak kita semua semakin paham rupiah dengan semakin bijak memperlakukan rupiah dalam bertransaksi, berhemat, berbelanja. Mari kita lakukan dengan benar. Karena rupiah adalah mata uang kita, identitas kita. Mari kita cinta, bangga, dan paham rupiah. Mulai dari diri sendiri.
Ladies and gentlemen, we still waiting for Mr. Kabir Hassan that he is going to join us about 20 minutes past 9 at Indonesia time. So is still we have to wait another 30 minutes. So whether we have a coffee break or something. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, since we have to wait for another 30 minutes, we are going to use this 30 minutes for coffee break. So coffee and tea is provided outside. Thank you very much.
Kayak kita sekarang ini, maunya disayang.
Bukan cuma sayang dan cinta di hati. Pinginnya eksis.
Nggak mau dilupain. Mudah untuk mengikuti tren.
Namun,
seringkali lupa dengan tujuan awal.
rupiah itu kita.
Kita nggak pingin kan dicoret-coret.
Kita nggak suka toh dilupakan, dan kita nggak suka toh disia-siakan.
Pikirkan kembali, seberapa cinta kita.
Seberapa bangga kita.
Seberapa paham kita.
Dan seberapa besar peran kita.
Untuk rupiah, untuk Indonesia. Karena rupiah tercipta
Atas jasa para pahlawan kita.
tapi rupiah bisa bertahan melalui kita. Dari kita
Untuk Indonesia.
Aku suka bantu ibu belanja. Soalnya kalau habis belanja, ibu bisa kasih uang kembalian belanjaan. Terus aku bisa beli jajan yang aku mau deh.
Sama-sama. Gabung ya.
Tapi akhir-akhir ini uang kembaliannya.
Ibu, kembalian ibu.
Duh bang, kok permen sih kembaliannya?
Wah, maaf bu, emang nggak ada lagi. Lagian itu harganya juga sama dengan harga permen.
Yaudah deh, serah abang aja deh. Buat kamu aja ya.
Loh, kok permen sih, Bu? Biasanya kan uang.
Iya, harusnya ya nggak gitu. Cuma mungkin abangnya nggak punya nominal uang kecil. Makanya dia ganti jadi permen.
Berarti bisa jajan pakai permen dong, Bu?
Ya nggak bisa, Nak. Cuma uang yang bisa jadi kembalian. Mau pakai permen kek, mau sayur. Yang bisa jadi kembalian, ya cuma uang. Nih, lihat ya. Uang koin Rp1.000. Meskipun ini uang kecil, tapi manfaatnya besar banget. Bisa buat bayar parkir, bisa buat beli mainan yang kamu mau, juga bisa. Pokoknya, uang receh gini tuh berguna banget. Oh iya, kamu mau jajan? Nih.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Sama-sama. Dah, jajan ya.
Bang, beli ya.
Iya, Neng.
Beli berapa, Bang?
Jadi 1.500 saja, Dek. Bentar ya. Aduh, nggak ada kembaliannya, Dek. Permen aja ya.
Sejak kapan orang jadi permen? Nggak mau, pokoknya uang.
Wah, gimana tuh? Ah, gini aja. Adek punya akun YouTube kan? Ntar abang subscribe akun YouTube-nya. Gimana? Mau ya?
Nggak mau, Bang. Pokoknya uang.
Oh, apa Instagram ya? Ntar abang follow sama abang like semua foto-foto adek. Nah, gimana? Punya akun Instagram kan? Ya, mau ya?
Ini lagi follow sama like itu bukan uang. Mana sini uang kembalianku?
Ya, iya deh. Nih.
Nah, gitu dong, Bang. Cakep.
Mencintai tanah air dapat diwujudkan dengan mencintai rupiah. Dengan disimpan rapi, tidak dicoret-coret dan tidak di-stateless, sehingga uang rupiah selalu dalam kondisi yang baik. Mari kita menjadi bagian dari umat yang turut mencintai bangsa ini dengan mencintai rupiah seutuhnya. Mencintai rupiah sama dengan mencintai Indonesia. Saya Dr. Amir Tambunan, Sekretaris Jenderal Majelis Ulama Indonesia, mengajak masyarakat Indonesia untuk cinta, bangga, paham terhadap rupiah dan mendukung edukasi rupiah ini.
Dengan semangat kupulwaton minal iman, mari kita cintai tanah air kita dengan segala atributnya dalam sumpah setia kita yang dicanangkan jauh sebelum kemerdekaan. Berbahasa satu, bahasa Indonesia, bertanah air satu, tanah air Indonesia, berbangsa satu, bangsa Indonesia. Tentu kemudian setelah merdeka, para pemimpin bangsa bermufakat menggunakan rupiah sebagai domestic currency, sebagai uang nasional. Kita bisa masukkan bermata uang satu, yaitu rupiah.
Selaras dengan Darul Ahdi Wasyahadah menuju negeri yang damai dan makmur, mari kita kembali memahami peran rupiah dalam perekonomian. Tidak hanya sebagai alat bertransaksi, namun juga sebagai indikator stabilitas perekonomian dan mengoptimalkan fungsi rupiah sebagai alat penyimpan nilai guna mewujudkan tujuan bersama. Saya Abdul Mukti, Sekretaris Umum Pimpinan Pusat Muhammadiyah. Saya mengajak masyarakat Indonesia untuk cinta, bangga, paham rupiah, dan mendukung edukasi rupiah ini.
Rupiah dan Negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia. Keduanya tidak dapat dipisahkan. Rupiah sebagai simbol kedaulatan negara, sebagai satu-satunya alat pembayaran yang sah di Indonesia, mendukung setiap aktivitas ekonomi masyarakat, penggerak roda perekonomian, kebanggaan seluruh komponen bangsa Indonesia. Rupiah didesain dengan sepenuh hati, menampilkan pahlawan nasional kebanggaan bangsa, keindahan dan keragaman budaya Nusantara, memperkuat kebinakaan negara Indonesia. Dengan nilai keindahan dan teknologi pengamanan yang tinggi, menjaga rupiah menjaga simbol kedaulatan negara. Saya yakin semua cinta rupiah dengan mengenali, merawat, dan menjaganya sepenuh hati. Saya juga yakin semua bangga rupiah dengan menggunakannya dan mematuhinya sebagai satu-satunya alat pembayaran yang sah untuk setiap transaksi ekonomi dan keuangan di seluruh wilayah Indonesia sebagai simbol kedaulatan dan pemersatu bangsa. Saya mengajak kita semua semakin paham rupiah dengan semakin bijak memperlakukan rupiah dalam bertransaksi, berhemat, berbelanja. Mari kita lakukan dengan benar, karena rupiah adalah mata uang kita, identitas kita. Mari kita cinta, bangga, dan paham rupiah, mulai dari diri sendiri.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the to our international conference on maritime economic and business. Currently, we have our distinguished professor, Mr. Kabir Hasan, with us. Please welcome Mr. Professor Kabir Hasan. Can we see the video? Okay. Hi, Professor. Good morning. How are you today?
Okay. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I already introduced yourself to the audience today. I got the short bio here, and when I got this short bio, it's not really short because it's like a very long. It's like so many pages here about your achievement, and this is really incredible. So it's not really short at all. So I already introduced yourself to all of the speaker of the participant here. So I'm not going to repeat the your bio here, but before we discuss further, now we are very lucky we have Mr. Kabir Hasan with us, and we are gonna give opportunity for Mr. Kabir Hasan time, and so the floor is yours.
Are we supposed to start now or at 9:30?
You can start now. So you are
okay.
gonna give a speech about 30 minutes and 15 minutes for Q&A session.
Well, I might need a little longer than this. Okay, let me see how it goes, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, let me do you see my screen?
Yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Thank you very much for inviting me to give a presentation on blue economy. And the title of my presentation is Blue Economy and Finance. So this is what we plan to do, give an introduction, theoretical background, understanding the blue economy, need for blue economy, scope, characteristics, and the blue economy and the ocean are interconnected, and why it is important, how can we make investment, and blue economy and Islamic finance. This is one of my areas of expertise, how we can connect these two, like Greek finance and the blue finance in Indonesia, and conclusion and reference. So I will pretty much follow my slides so that you can understand what I'm trying to say. And at the end of my presentation, I will share the slide with the organizer so you can get a copy of it, okay? So what is blue economy? The blue economy is an ocean economy that aims at the improvement of human well-being and social equity while significantly reducing environmental risk and ecological scarcities. And it is according to definition by the United Nations 2014, page 2. Concept of blue economy originated from the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development held in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil in 2012. So the blue economy is sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihoods and jobs, and ocean ecosystem health. And the blue economy incorporates many activities. For example, renewable energy, sustainable marine energy can play a vital role in social and economic development. Fisheries, marine fisheries contribute more than 270 billion USD annually to the global GDP. More sustainable fisheries can generate more revenue, more fish, and help restore fish stocks. Maritime transport, over 80% of the international goods traded are transported by sea, and the volume of sea-borne trade is expected to double by 2030 and quadruple by 2050. If you look at the tourism, ocean and coastal tourism can bring jobs and economic growth. Coastal least developed countries and small island developing states receive more than 41 million visitors per year. Climate change, the impact of climate change on oceans, rising sea levels, coastal erosion, changing ocean current patterns, and acidification are staggering. At the same time, oceans are an important carbon sink and help mitigate the climate change. And finally, waste management, 80% of litter in the ocean is from land-based sources. Better waste management on land can help oceans recover. And if you want to know more about this, you can go to the World Bank website /oceans. So the blue economy employs environmentally sound and innovative infrastructure, technologies and practices, including institutional financing arrangements to meet goals of sustainable and inclusive development, protecting our coast and oceans, and reducing environmental risk and ecological scarcities, addressing water, energy, and food security, protecting the health, livelihoods, and welfare of the people in the coastal zone, fostering ecosystem-based climate change mitigation and adaptation measures. Now, the blue economy is inclusive and improves the lives of all. It uses smart shipping to lessen the impacts on the environment. It's based on sustainable fisheries. It harnesses renewable energy. It creates jobs, reduces poverty and hunger, and it takes action against illegal fishing, and it conserves marine life in oceans, protects coastal communities from the impact of climate change, and finally, it tackles the marine litter and oceans pollution. Now, international society believes that blue economy covers 3 economic forms, coping with the global water crisis: innovative development economy, innovation plus growth, and development of marine economy. Now, the blue economy relates with the ocean, and the green economy relates with whatever we see on the land. So there are different subsectors of blue economy. You have the tourism, you have the beaches, cruise ships, yachting, you have the fisheries, recreation, subsistence, sport fishing, commercial. You have the preservation and conservation of the environment, conservation protection, marine protected areas, goods and services, amenity values. You have the maritime transport and ports, maritime industry, international shipping, ports and harbor facilities. You have the dredging and aggregate extraction, sand mining, it's very big in Canada, port dredging, and maritime transport and ports like crude oil and natural gas. So why there is a need for blue economy? The area of coastal wetland has decreased by 57% in China in the past 60 years. Mangrove forest and local reef decreased by 73% and 83% respectively. Only 5.29% of the coral reefs in Indonesia are in very good condition, while 12.94% of the mangroves are in good condition. Only 5.29% of the coral reefs in Indonesia are in very good condition. As I said before, in Thailand, the total cost of coastal erosion, oil spills, and damage caused by tsunami amounted to 2.6 billion. The cost from tsunami-related damages would have been lower if the habitats have not been degraded or destroyed by man-made activities. So what is the scope of the blue economy? The blue economy encompasses all economic activities with a direct relationship with the ocean and coastal and maritime resources. It also includes maritime education and research, which the university does, as well as activities of public sector agencies with direct coastal and ocean responsibilities. There are new activities like sustainable fisheries, aquaculture are evolving over the recent years, and the ocean generates economic values and ecosystem services that are not usually quantified. So what are the characteristics of this economy? Blue economy has a general economy attribute. It needs compliance with Sustainable Development Goal 14 with the attribute focused on conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources. Number two, blue economy is a kind of policy. The blue economy as a policy tool or means to drive economic growth and create jobs. It focused on revitalizing economy. The marine industrial activities include construction, transportation, mineral resources development, shipbuilding, communication cable laying, pharmaceutical enterprises, equipment deployment, sustainable energy from waves, currents, seaside leisure tourism, fisheries, and aquaculture. It is also a part of green economy. UNEP and other international organizations extract blue economy from green economy concept. They encourage to tackle climate change via low carbon and resource efficient shipping, fishing, marine tourism, and marine renewable energy industries. Number four, blue economy is a sustainable marine economy. We assume blue economy is a sustainable marine economic development model. It is a new development mindset, and its essence is to develop marine economy while protecting marine ecosystem well and finally achieving sustainable utilization of resources. Number five, blue economy is marine-based new technology economy. In his research report, Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organization, CSIRO of Australia, mentioned blue GDP, stressing that while developing diversified ocean-based industries, the idea of social and environmental sustainability has been implemented in the development under the support from marine technologies and emerging industries. And how it is connected with SDG, the concept of blue economy suggests the inherent conflicts between growth and development and protection of ocean resources. The inherent conflicts require solutions to embrace the opportunities associated with the ocean economy while recognizing addressing its threats. The potential solution on a global scale are advocated by the United Nations in their Sustainable Development Goals. So there are three authors, Lee, No, and Kim, analyze the scientific evidence of the association between blue economy and SDG and relevance of stakeholders. And they find that the blue economy is highly associated with SDG 14, life below water, 15, life on land, 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and 17, partnerships for the goals. They also find stakeholders prefer SDG 3, good health and well-being, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth in the blue economy context. So this is what all the SDG development goals are connected with blue economy. One more time, number 15, life on land, number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, number 13, climate action, number 14, life below water, number 17, partnerships for the goals, number 12, responsible consumption and production, number 3, good health and well-being, and number 11, sustainable citizen communities. Now, a sustainable blue economy seeks to promote economic growth and preserve and improve livelihood across a range of sectors while ensuring the sustainable use of marine resources. It is an economy based on circularity, collaboration, resilience, opportunity, interdependence. Its growth is driven by investment that reduce carbon emissions and pollution, enhance energy efficiency, harness the power of natural capital, and halt the loss of biodiversity and the benefits that these ecosystems provide. Now, if you look at the blue economy in Indonesia, if you look at just compare the 4 countries like Indonesia, People's Republic of China, Philippines, and Republic of Korea. And so these are all the data. Just I want to pinpoint one. If you look at the total amount, it's 256 billion for Indonesia, about 400 billion for China, about 12 billion for Philippines, and 37 billion for Republic Korea. But in terms of contribution to GDP, the 13% of ocean economy contributes to Indonesia GDP, whereas 9% to China, about 4% to Philippines, about 3% for Korea. So Indonesia, oceans are central to Indonesia identity and prosperity. You live there, I don't have to tell you this. With 108,000 kilometers of coastline and more than 17,500 islands, 3/4 of its territory is at sea. Indonesia is the second only to China as the world's largest fishing nation, with the fishery sector contributing over 27 billion in GDP and 7 million jobs. Oceans are also critical in mitigating the impact of natural disasters. Coral reefs and mangroves lessen the impact of floods and tsunamis for those who live along the region's coastal lines, where such protection is worth at least about $639 million annually. Now, Indonesia is blessed with the ocean resources, as I told you, which includes 6.4 million square kilometers of ocean that lie at the heart of the coastal triangle, has the potential to become a global maritime nexus by harnessing its blue economy, a combo of sustainable fishery, marine renewable energy, waste management, and tourism. And it can generate about 3 trillion to 6 trillion in revenues per year annually. So the oceans, again, one more time, are central to Indonesian prosperity. As I said, fisheries sector contributes around 27 billion to GDP in 2019. It creates, I'm looking at only the fisheries sector, 7 million jobs, provides about 50% of the country's animal-based protein needs, and Indonesia coral reef protect coastal areas annually about $639 million. Now, challenges could undermine the potential of Indonesian ocean economy. Why? About 38% of the nation's marine capture fisheries are overfished. Around 1/3 of the Indonesian coral reefs are in poor condition. Marine debris cost over 450 million per year, over 50 million mangrove areas in degraded condition. Further, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected the ocean sectors very adversely because of fallen fish price, tourism, and increasing medical waste and beaches. So there has to be a comprehensive plan in order to improve the ocean economy. So Indonesia can overcome these challenges through continued efforts towards sustainable ocean economy or blue economy. And the blue economy requires policy and investment reforms, including a sustainable and productive fisheries for the future, managing coastal and maritime assets, realizing Indonesia's tourism potential, combating plastic from source to sea, promote a circular economy, including standards for recycled materials, taxes, and bans on single-use plastics. You can also align the COVID-19 recovery efforts with the needs of ocean sectors. And finally, you have to have an integrated policy for a blue economy. You improve collection and integration of fisheries, ecosystem, tourism, and waste data, and develop new resources of blue finance. Now, the fishing industry alone in Indonesia generates, as I said, 7.2 billion in the previous slide. The fisheries sector contributes more to Indonesia's gross domestic product than it does to the GDP of other Asian member states, such as Malaysia, 1.1%, Philippines, 1.5%, Thailand, 0.7%. So a 2018 United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization report placed Indonesia as one of the world's major marine producers, with a total of 5.9 million workers in the fisheries, as I said before, and aquaculture sector. Indonesia is also known throughout the world for its myriad of exotic marine coastal tourist destinations. A 2017 Spalding research estimated that Indonesia's marine coastal tourism industry could be worth $3.1 billion annually. Harnessed properly, the blue economy can boost Indonesia's economic growth and help it escape the middle income trap. Now, the key initiatives taken by Indonesian government: it imposed stricter law enforcement to reduce overfishing, and issued the National Action Plan on the Sea Debris 2017. It also aims to dramatically reduce marine debris by 70% by 2025. Now it's already 2021. An ambitious plan to build 12 waste to energy power plants in the next 3 years to solve the country's burgeoning plastic waste problem. A 2015 Science magazine article claimed that Indonesia was the world's second largest marine plastic polluter, with an estimated 1.3 million metric tons of plastic debris originating from the archipelago, ending up the world's oceans. The reckless overfishing is estimated to cost the country $4 billion a year in lost revenues. The problem is exacerbated by the tons of marine debris that are blighting our oceans and coastlines. And another study by Making Ocean Plastic Free estimated that hidden cost of plastic pollution in the world's ocean had reached about 2.91 billion annually. So the challenges continue for Indonesia. The National Action Plan on Sea Debris alone needs an annual budget of $1 billion. Unfortunately, 2019 budget only set aside about 386 million USD. The key challenge in implementing these programs is always financing. Large-scale investments are required to execute national plans and programs related to Indonesia's blue economy. And considering Indonesia's low tax ratio, it would be near to impossible to finance its blue economy solely through the state budget. So you need to find an alternative source of financing to support this Indonesian blue economy. Now, to these things, you also need to integrate the higher education institutions, the universities, the research infrastructures, research and technology organization, and industry. Now, sustainable blue economy finance principles. So now the question is where the money will come from. Financial institutions can help preserve the life and economies that depend upon them. They can also profit from investing and protecting these precious resources and promoting sustainable marine industries. Banks, insurers, and investors can redirect their products and services towards the most sustainable development pathways possible, find innovative solutions to support marine ecosystem. And sustainable blue economy finance principle is created to guide banks, insurers, and investors so that they can finance a sustainable ocean economy. And the principles have been developed by the European Commission, WWF, World, and the Prince of Wales International Sustainable Unit, and the European Investment Bank. So these are the finance principles. It has to be protective, it has to be compliant, it has to be risk aware, it has to be systemic. Inclusive means support investment activities and projects that include and support enhance local livelihoods, engage effectively with relevant stakeholders, identifying, responding to, and mitigating any issues arising from affected parties. It has to be cooperative, cooperate with other financial institutions and relevant stakeholders to promote and implement these principles through sharing of knowledge about ocean best practices and for a sustainable blue economy, lessons learned, perspective, and ideas. It has to be transparent and it has to be purposeful. Purposeful means it endeavor direct investment to projects and activities, contribute directly to the achievement of sustainable development goal, conserve and sustainable use of oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development, and other sustainable development goals, especially those which contribute to good governance of the ocean. And it has to be impactful as well, support investment, projects, and activities that go beyond the avoidance of harm to provide social, environmental, and economic benefits from our ocean for both current and future generation. It has to be precautionary, it has to be diversified, and it has to be solution driven. For example, direct investment to innovative commercial solutions to maritime issues, both land and ocean based, that have a positive impact on marine ecosystem and ocean dependent livelihoods. We'll work to identify and foster the business cases for such projects to encourage the spread of best practices as developed. It has to be partnering with the public, private, and non-government sectors entities to accelerate progress towards a sustainable blue economy, including in the establishment and implementation of coastal and maritime spatial planning approaches. And of course, most importantly, it has to be science-led, actively seek to develop knowledge and data on the potential risks and impacts associated with our investment, as well as encouraging sustainable investment opportunities in the blue economy. More broadly, we will endeavor to share scientific information and data on the marine environment. So there is a recent study 2020, it shows a framework for accelerating blue economy investment. So you have to have an ocean financing facilities. You need low cost of fund. It will come from multilateral, and bilateral agencies. It will come from blue bonds, market-based instruments, pulling from pension insurance fund. It could come from impact investors, philanthropists, or it could be project stakeholders. Now, the financial instruments, on the left-hand side, you have to give the concessional finance, early stage financing for improving bankability, guarantee for bonds, and fast loss guarantee issuance of blue bonds. And end users financing and policy, you have large impact projects, you have the individual projects, you have the capacity building, institution strengthening. In both cases, if you look at large impact project, you need to have a certain portion of the capital given a concessional capital. You have to provide guarantee. For the individual projects, you have to provide guarantee for blue bonds. Capacity building, you have to have project pipeline, monitoring, measurement, and impact assessment. And finally, for the criteria for selection of any project, you have to have a criteria for blue eligibility, and also you have to look at the financial bankability. Now, since I work in Islamic finance, how Islamic finance can be connected to the blue economy? Islamic finance industry can play a role in not only supporting growth of the blue economy, but also helping to build ocean resilience. Islamic finance with blue finance should be aligned with the overarching ideology of Maqasid al-Sharia, which outlines the objectives to preserve and advance the common interests of the society. Creating an instrument such as Blue Sukuk that not only helps to ensure protection and sustainable use of the oceans through investment in the blue economy. Developing Islamic blue finance presents an opportunity also for the Islamic finance industry to grow and merge with increasingly popular socially responsible finance and ESG agendas. It will also better align Islamic finance with SDGs, signaling the industry's commitment to environmental stewardship. For the Islamic finance industry to move from green to blue economy would require more innovative Islamic financial instruments. Now, I also want to connect Islamic finance, linear economy, blue economy, and also the Maqasid of Sharia. The way we are running our economy, we extract resources. Indonesia is a huge resource-rich country. We produce, then use and consume, then waste. The atmosphere has smoke avoids burns. We have landfills, you have the rivers, you have the seas. We pollute all of these things because of the linear economy nature. Now, research-based linear paradigm, 4 billion people live under $10 a day, 1.5 billion live under $2 a day. There's an estimated $6 trillion are wasted in reusable value of waste. So why science serves and economics destroys? Science is in harmony with the nature. So nature, economics is based on waste, and the nature does not waste. Economics extracts and exploits the nature, but science is in harmony with the nature. So how can you bring this harmony? Lessons that economics can learn from the nature. Nature doesn't waste. We have a natural water cycle. You know, the water, there's a rain falls in, it goes to the biosystem, and then it generates, it purifies the atmosphere, oxygen cycle, carbon cycle, food cycle, photosynthesis. So need economics in harmony with the nature. So when it's a nature, we have the blue economy, we have the green economy. So we have to have a combined balance. As a result, we'll have a zero waste circular economy. So what do? We have to develop techniques, use and reuse. We extract, You design and produce and use and reuse, and this thing will continue as a circular fashion. As a result, it will produce ideally zero or minimum waste, and it will also produce biodegradable. The plastic problem that I have mentioned earlier, we can easily solve this problem. So the principles of circular economy, so you have greener production processes with zero waste, will lead to after sales service and repair, end of life recollection, reuse and recycle, rely on green energy, and you have to develop the design of the products, long life, non-toxic, and C2C. So waste reduction opportunities and interlinked steps. So if you start with behavioral rationalization of consumption to eliminate wastage of food, water, energy, clothing, wealth, etc., that will lead to enhancing design, repair, and maintenance to eliminate wastage of life cycle, promoting that will lead to promoting sharing and Uberization to eliminate wastage of useful capacity of assets, that will lead to cradle eliminate wastage of material value of waste, that will lead to promote uses of solar and renewable energy to eliminate wastage of potential resource, that will lead to implement recycling to eliminate wastage of embedded values of waste, that will lead to incentivize eco-efficiency and eco-sufficiency to avoid wastage of energy utilization opportunities, and that will finally lead to chemically and biological treat waste of remerging with environment to avoid wastage of beneficial components and avoid smoke of burning. So conventional or linear economy paradigm with traditional architecture principle solution needs to be revised, updated, changed in order to align with ecological or circular economy paradigm. And it have to add this is SDG goals, GCP, PRI, ESG concern, GRI. And that will lead to emerging new international financial architecture, the important role of United Nations, and Islamic finance can play a very critical role in this paradigm. So when you talk about Maqasid of Sharia and Islamic finance and linear economy, so this is a diagram I took from Dr. Tariqullah Khan's paper. So there are 5 Maqasid of Sharia. We have the religion, you have the wealth, you have the prodigy and family, mind and intellect and life and dignity. Linear economy paradigm only focuses on the wealth. It is an extractive paradigm, but the circular economy combines all 5 Maqasid of Sharia according to Imam al-Ghazali, and it is a compassionate paradigm. So what are our action, the future action that you need to take? There are different pathways toward the blue economy, depend on national and local priorities and goals. Countries must accurately value the contribution of natural oceanic capital to welfare to make the right policy decision, including with regards to trade-off amongst different sectors of the blue economy, investment in and use of the best available science, data, and technology is critical to underpinning governance reforms and shaping management decisions to enact long-term change. And each country should weigh the relative importance of each sector of the blue economy and decide based on its own priorities and circumstances which wants to prioritize. This prioritization can be carried out through appropriate investments and should be based on accurate valuation of its national capital, natural, human, and productive. Anticipating and adapting to the impacts of climate change is an essential component of a blue economy approach. National investment to that end must be complemented by regional and global cooperation around shared priorities and objectives. Ensuring ocean health will require new investment and targeted financial instruments, including blue bonds, as I said before, insurance, debt for adaptation swaps, can help leverage this investment in order to ensure that it maximizes a triple bottom line in terms of financial, social, and environmental returns. The effective implementation of the United Nations Convention on the Law of Sea is a necessary aspect of promoting the blue economy concept worldwide. Now, realizing the full potential of the blue economy also requires the effective inclusion and active participation of all societal groups, especially women, young people, local communities, indigenous people, and marginalized and underrepresented groups. Traditional knowledge and practices can also provide culturally appropriate approaches for supporting improved governance. And developing coastal and marine special plans is an important step to guide decision-making for the blue economy and for resolving conflicts over ocean space. And CMSP brings a special dimension to the regulation of marine activities by helping to establish geographical patterns of sea uses within a given sea area. Now, the private sector can also and must play a key role in the blue economy. Business is the engine for trade, economic growth, and jobs, which are critical to poverty reduction. Investigate the challenges faced by small island developing states and coastal less developed countries partnership to enhance capacity building. Such partnerships already exist in more established sectors such as fisheries, maritime transport, and tourism, but they're less evident in newer and emerging sectors. There is also an opportunity to develop additional partnership to support national, regional, international efforts in emerging industries, and those industries include deep sea mining, marine biotechnology, renewable ocean energy. So what are some of the priority areas we should really embark on right away? It is imperative to use a common framework and develop a system for ocean economy, environmental accounting to properly assess the blue economy, begin with the ocean economy and its contribution to national wealth, as well as ecosystem services that are not accounted for in GDP. It is crucial to obtain policy support to institutionalize such accounts, including capacity development and provision of resources for implementation. Implement a regular regional reporting system on the state of oceans and coast, while the ocean economy environment accounts is likewise essential to show the government, development partners, regional organization, and various stakeholders the progress towards blue economy, including the benefits, gaps, and lessons learned. Integrate and utilize the ocean economy environment accounts and the SOC reports in national and local development plans. Whenever Indonesia does this, investment programs, land and sea use plans, and management decisions. And finally, conclusion, countries like Indonesia needs unorthodox financing innovation, such as blue bonds. Blue Sukuk develops its blue economy. If the Indonesian government and the private sector can work together in issuing blue bonds, the country may have enough financial resources to harness our blue economy potential. Blue bonds can encourage scaling up of investment in renewable energy, sustainable fishery, waste management, marine and coastal tourism in Indonesia. Now, taking cues from other thematic bond issues like green bonds and sukuk, blue bond issuance are more than likely to benefit not just the government, but also local coastal communities and corporations. So here's a number of references you can look at in order to learn more about the blue economy. And thank you very much. I'm at the end of my presentation. If you have any question, I will be able to address them.
Okay. Thank you very much for Professor Kabir Hassan for your very enriching presentation. So after this presentation, we are going to go for research for the Q&A session. But as the moderator, I have the right to be a bit selfish. I'm going to start to ask some questions, if you don't mind. So I want to start with some story, Professor. When I went to Australia a couple of years ago, this Australian authority told me is that when they arrest some Indonesian fishermen, where they it's like overfishing and then it's in Australian water, and when they get arrested, there's been asked like, why you it's like catch the water in Australian water, And then what they say is that I catch Indonesian fish actually run away to Australian water. So my point here is if we talk about the blue economy, actually it's like a more to the a global centric idea, which is every countries have to work together to you know, it's like to achieve the goal. First question is what has been done at the international level to enforce all of these state-centric actors. So actually is very you know, it's like a more to the business centric oriented rather than the sustainability on the ocean. So this is my first question to you.
You see, yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah. The second question, this is different issues. This between dispute between European Union, EU, and Indonesia. That's as we know, that Indonesia has been sued today by the European Union because of the we stopped to export our raw materials, nickel raw materials. The reason is because the actual reason actually because the European Union doesn't want to open the market for our oil palm plantation products. So is the blue economy can be used by certain countries to force their certain agenda on their economic purposes. Can be the case. So this is two questions that I for start that I want to ask you, Professor. Yes.
Okay, these are two very good questions. So I already have answered it in different ways during my presentation. You need definitely an international cooperation. So the ocean, yes, you have a coastline and you're responsible starting about 200 miles from the coast to the ocean that you're responsible. But if you look at the entire world, is the 70% I believe is underwater and the 30% are landline. So we really cannot make, in order to have a clean, safe, and viable ocean, we cannot do it individually because water is fluid, right? The debris, if you pollute in Indonesia or somebody pollutes in the UK, that comes through all the way and flies through the water current. So you need to have an integrated global plan. And SDG is trying to do that. There are some, you know, the goals that I have mentioned during my presentation. For example, like, you know, this life below water. So when I say the life below water, we are talking about the fisheries, we are talking about the water quality, we also talk about the clean water, we talk about the good health, we have talked about sustainable fisheries, climate action. So these are all these things has to be on a global effort. But we have to start with the national level. We have to develop our own plan. And Indonesia, because it is a huge coastline and archipelago, and Indonesian government, I'm not an expert on Indonesian economy, but I'm sure they have different documents. There are different project paper, there are ideas and concept development plans and so on. They have to integrate with the Eastern Asian countries, and then they have to integrate globally. Now coming to your second question, so this is the power play of international politics, right? So, you know, Indonesia, the Western countries want the Eastern countries or developing countries only to be supplier of raw materials. They do not want to grow us industrially because they want us to be dependent on them. For example, I can give you, I'm original from Bangladesh. We produce raw hide, you know, that is used to produce shoes and different type of, you know, leather related activities. And we are selling, you know, leather like, you know, $1 a meter, just to give you an example. And it goes to Italy and you're buying back shoes from them like $150. So they are taking our raw material, but we need to really become self dependent. If you have the raw material, try to develop these products locally so that you have a local market, and we try to capture local market, then we go for the export. So this whole idea of export-led growth has some potential pitfall into your thinking. You really cannot grow an economy, you produce something and your local citizens cannot enjoy it, You produce it for selling it to a different country. And that is not also equitable. That also hurts our dignity. Now, coming back, what European Union did today to you is that you have to play this hardball. It's called economic diplomacy. You should not really let them go away. We have done this for a long period of time, and part of the reason is that, you know, we have been colony, like for example, Indonesia was a colony, a Dutch colony for a long period of time. Then, you know, in Bangladesh, for example, was a British colony. So we have created a system on the idea of the thought process of colonialism. We really need to break the shackle out of it. We have to think locally, and we have to develop policies locally and think globally. So we should not really give up your culture. We should not give up our religion just because you want to integrate with the rest of the world. And this is what we call modernism in Islamic development. And we need to really teach our children, future generation, that we need to stand our own feet. And another issue I just want to add is Indonesia is the largest Muslim country in the world, and Islam plays a very critical role. And Islam is an egalitarian, full of egalitarian principle. Islam is a non-sectarian religion. It has more message about how to live in harmony, how to develop together, how to love each other. And we really need to go to the spiritual Islam and spread this message through our action and activities. And if we do this, the West will try to understand that we are also equal partners. We are not subjugate to any other superpower. And we have to do it on our own. People or the Westerners or the foreigners are not going to do this for us.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer, Professor. Now we have a couple of questions here from our participant. This is the first question that I'm gonna, this is from Baharil Wahdah. This is the question to you. As a college student, how can we help to optimize the sustainable of blue economy? This is the first question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me answer this. Okay. As a college student, you try to learn everything that you can learn, okay? Because you have to develop your human capital now. So when you finish college and you start your job, let's say in ocean economy, a subsector of it, then you can utilize your knowledge to improve it. So that will be my first advice to you. And while you're a student, my second advice, you try to get into different type of activities that is related to the blue economy, so that you do not only have theoretical knowledge, you also have practical experience as well. So when you are out of university with degree, you will be equipped with both knowledge and you can contribute more effectively.
Okay, we go to the next question, Professor. This is from Vivian Sinaga. Is there any meaning of the numbers, slide number 14? What does that mean? This is number 14 slide, or this one? Life below what? Below water, or what?
Your life below water means, you know, we have the we have fisheries, we have that the entire ecosystem, we have different types of plant. So everything that that lives under the water, that's what we meant.
Okay. We have another two questions. This is from Asmi from Stein Cabri. Real Island Archipelago has 80% of the sea, which has abundant marine potential. It's just the problem in the Real Archipelago is plastic waste. Question: how to encourage a blue economy while Indonesia is one of the largest plastic waste contributor countries in the world after China?
So, you know, it's a very good question. So you need to go to the source, right? So how do we pollute the environment or the ocean with plastic waste? So you have to have a government policy to minimize the use of plastics. So instead of using plastic to, you know, to carry your grocery, you use a biodegradable material to carry your waste. Instead of making bottles with plastic, or you try to find an alternative, because you know that it has a huge, not only environmental impact, it also has a health impact. That plastic particles eventually get into our water, gets into our stomach, and it creates a lot of health issues as well. So I would go to the source the pollution stage. So there has to be government policy to minimize the use of plastic. And this is the minimum we can start with. And so, and second thing, of course, is, moderation of consumption. Third thing, like, for example, interestingly, it has become a big industry in every country, bottled water. Sometimes even myself question myself, why do you need this bottled water? 100 years ago, 50 years ago, our forefathers lived on natural water. Part of the reason somebody, a business principal, put the idea into your head that, hey, look, this water that you're drinking is polluted, or it has a lot of, bad ingredients. So you should drink purified water. So that also will force us to go back why we are polluting our water, what we are doing so that we can stop it and it does not pollute our water. We are overusing some of the, because of irrigation, we are underground water, we are depleting them, and at the same time it's not being repleting. So everything boils down to the national policy and the following that policy at the individual level, and we have to start from the ground zero, from kindergarten. We have to teach our kids, do not waste water, do not use plastics, or try to minimize. So if you have this thought process developed, ultimately they will become the champion of protecting the ocean, protecting the environment. So when you talk about today, your conference is on the blue economy, but
Professor Hassan, we can't hear you. Hello, Professor Hassan, we can't hear you. Professor Hassan? Professor? We can't hear you. Prof. Hassan? We can't hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hi, we can't hear you. Hi, Professor, we can't hear you. Hello, we can't hear you. Hello, Prof. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Professor? Test 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
hello, can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was disconnected. Okay, did I answer the question towards the end, or didn't you hear the answer?
We didn't get the answer actually because it's like about a couple of seconds that we miss your
Oh, okay.
your
Okay.
explanation.
Okay. So I can take the next question if you have one. So the question was, you asked about how we can this plastic. As I told, answer you that you need to go back to the origin of the crisis. So you need to minimize the plastic use. You have to have a national policy.
Minimize the plastic.
Yes.
Plastic waste, yeah.
Yes. So to minimize the plastic waste, and you have to have a national policy to reduce the use of plastic. You have to teach your kids from kindergarten to the high level that the environment friendly products, and you have to have this consciousness developed. It's a social policy, it's a sort of agenda. You try to mass education so that you can tell these the citizens the bad side of plastic. It's not only the water, it's polluting the ocean. It is also polluting our health as well, because we drink that water. Now I gave you an example, this water that we drink, right? I mean, 50 years ago, our parents did not really drink that water, right? And the bottled water. And why we are using bottled water? Because somebody told us, hey, look, all this water that you're drinking, this is polluted. But so we have to really go back why the pollution is happening. And there is also business working behind it. Not every place in Indonesia, the water is polluted. So why do you have to drink bottled water everywhere? This is a big business. So you have to have a national thinking, the consciousness develop against this overuse of business people taking over every sector of your life, and try to regulate this. And that also requires a knowledge, public advocacy, government policy, and so on. Hello?
Okay, now we still have two last questions. This is from Sapriki. This is regarding the SDG for blue economy. The question is, what is actually SDG? Is more understandable meaning, because I still don't get the meaning of it. Okay, this is the question. What is the SDG?
Okay.
And the next question. So I, it's like give this both question to you. What is the effective way to encourage people participation in sustainable of environment, especially the ocean? Okay, this is two questions.
Okay, the SDG stand for Sustainable Development Goals. That means that you develop an economy in a way so that you do not degrade or pollute the environment, you pollute the ocean, and you live an economy when you die, which is not livable for your children. So this is a nutshell. So you do everything so that you have a good life and you die, and your children can also have a good life, same environment, not a polluted environment. Now the air pollution, sometime in Indonesia, I travel quite a bit. I've been to Indonesia several times. You see the air pollution, sometimes it happens so bad in that part of the world that you have to stop the air traffic. The airlines has to divert their plane path. So this is, we have to bring our consciousness, and this 2015 Sustainable Development Goal is a big agenda. It was a world nations got together and created this blueprint, how we can save our environment, how we can have a sustainable living that can we live to our future generation. Now that's the answer to first question. Second question, how you can contribute to the blue ocean or green ocean economy. You do these things right. When you drink, let's say you are visiting one of the coastal line with your friend, you are having fun. Don't throw your wastage into the water. There is a way of collecting wastage and recycle them. Don't waste your plastic bottle in the water, because eventually it goes to the ocean floor. So there are small things you can do in order to maintain the balance in the environment. Like, for example, water. Don't overuse your water. To make sure that you do not defecate in here and there. Or I know you don't, but many people do that. So that really pollutes the environment. So these are simple things that you can do in order to preserve our environment and develop it sustainably so that everybody benefits from it, not in Indonesia, every citizens all over the world.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. This is the last, not the last question. This is the question and says Q&A session is finished, but I have privately get a message from one of the participants and to ask you a question. I find it's very interesting because there's a couple of participants here actually very interested to apply a PhD program in the Auckland University, where you are professor in economics there. So do you want to answer this question, or
Sure.
the question
Yeah.
is what they need to do to apply for the PhD program at the university? This is,
Okay. So
this
you
is-
need, first of all, in Indonesia, you follow the British system or the American system. So how many years of high school do you have? 12 years?
But then?
Before you go to the university, how many years of schooling do you have?
I have no idea regarding this issues.
No, what I'm saying that you start with the kindergarten, that you go to high school, and then you go to the university. So before you go to the university, how many years of education do you have?
Sorry, Professor. Actually, it's for PhD program.
No, I know. I'm just asking you that question so that I can answer you.
How many years before school? It's about 6 after. Yeah, 6 years.
No, 6 years at the university.
In senior high school, and then junior and senior high school for 6 years, and then to university.
So no, you cannot have only 6 years. You have either 12 or 14 years. Anyway, once you go to the university, how many years do you take to finish your bachelor's degree?
4.
4. And do you have a master's program as well?
Yes.
How many years for master's?
2 years.
So 6 years. Okay.
So
first of all,
12.
You finish your master's, then you have to take English as a second language test. You can have IELTS or TOEFL. You have to take GRE or GMAT. So once you have all those, then you apply to US universities, either my university or any other university. But the most important thing is, because of this pandemic and economic crisis, there is not money available. So you have to find financing from different sources in Indonesia, different Waqf Foundation, and so on. So if you have it, you'll be able to study in the United States. And I do encourage you to get your PhD from the United States, because this is widely accepted in all over the world. And the people who are running your country right now, the people and the policymakers, those who matter, most of them have their PhD from the United States. But in between, for the last few years, I see many Indonesian students are going to Europe, mostly French and Netherlands, your former colony. So I welcome your thought, and but you need to prepare for yourself. I understand why you get to Europe, UK, or USA, because they do not have these requirements, GRE, GMAT, or TOEFL. But US, once you come in a PhD program, you have to become a student again for 3 years. You have to take courses, you have to relearn different techniques and tools, and at the end, you do your write your thesis. But for Europe or Australia, you have to send a proposal first, even before you're admitted. But we do not go that way. We make you student again, we teach you again, then you write your paper to get your PhD. So in a 4-year PhD program, 5-year PhD program, you take 3 years of coursework, you have to pass different coursework, you have to pass qualifying exam, and the last 2 years you write your dissertation. I hope in nutshell I was able to answer your question. But if these 2 students, give them my contact details, they can contact me and I'll be able to answer them more specifically. What are their background? I can tell them exactly what they want, what they need.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, for very enriching presentation, and then for your explanation as well, the opportunity to for the participant in Indonesia who wants to continue their study to get their PhD in United States. We have very good time with Professor Hassan here. So please give our applause to Professor Hassan.
Thank you very much. And inshallah, we'll see each other some other time face to face, and stay well. Is there another keynote speech today, or we are done?
Yes, we are done for this session. It's going to be continue after a Friday prayer here, after Jumat prayer.
Okay, so there is no other. No, my question is there any other keynote speech today, or
yes.
I'm the only one?
Yes, that's the other one today.
One is the other one.
We'll continue after Friday prayer.
Okay, what time
so
will be that?
2 hours time. We'll continue.
2 hours time.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
okay.
for this session is closed now.
Okay.
Closed for now.
Thank
you
you
very much for your participation, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for moderating this session. Inshallah, I will be in touch. Okay, Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, we just finished our first session discussion with Professor Kabir Hassan. I believe that this is very interesting conversation with him. Very interesting discussion, and I believe there's a lot of point that we can as a takeaway point from his speech. So I'm not going to make the conclusion for you, because you know from this in a very rich presentation that there's a lot of point that we can it's like as a lesson for us, as a point that what we should do and what we shouldn't do in economy, and who is the actors and etc. So for now, we are going to close this session. As your moderator, I am very pleased to be here, and thank you very much. And I close with Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To all the participants, for the next session, we are going to start about 1:30. The next speaker is going to be Gunther Pauli from Belgium. So see you on 1:30 today. Thank you very much.
English is my second language. As a vlogger, I deal with social media a lot, which is actually fun.
kadang bahasa Inggris ya untuk anak baru gitu ya. Kemudian saya diperbantukan ngajar misalnya fisika. Pada waktu saya mengajukan profesor bahasa Inggris fisika itu kan
Mencintai tanah air dapat diwujudkan dengan mencintai rupiah. Dengan disimpan rapi, tidak dicoret-coret dan tidak di-stateless, sehingga uang rupiah selalu dalam kondisi yang baik. Mari kita menjadi bagian dari umat yang turut mencintai bangsa ini dengan mencintai rupiah seutuhnya. Mencintai rupiah sama dengan mencintai Indonesia. Saya Dr. Amir Tambunan, Sekretaris Jenderal Majelis Ulama Indonesia, mengajak masyarakat Indonesia untuk cinta, bangga, paham terhadap rupiah dan mendukung edukasi rupiah ini.
Dengan semangat kepulwaton minal iman, mari kita cintai tanah air kita dengan segala atributnya dalam sumpah setia kita yang dicanangkan jauh sebelum kemerdekaan. Berbahasa satu, bahasa Indonesia, bertanah air satu, tanah air Indonesia, berbangsa satu, bangsa Indonesia. Tentu kemudian setelah merdeka, para pemimpin bangsa bermufakat menggunakan rupiah sebagai domestic currency, sebagai uang nasional. Kita bisa memasukkan bermata uang satu, yaitu rupiah.
Selaras dengan Darul Ahdi Wasyahadah menuju negeri yang damai dan makmur, mari kita kembali memahami peran rupiah dalam perekonomian. Tidak hanya sebagai alat bertransaksi, namun juga sebagai indikator stabilitas perekonomian dan mengoptimalkan fungsi rupiah sebagai alat penyimpan nilai guna mewujudkan tujuan bersama. Saya Abdul Mukti, Sekretaris Umum Pimpinan Pusat Muhammadiyah. Saya mengajak masyarakat Indonesia untuk cinta, bangga, paham rupiah, dan mendukung edukasi rupiah ini.
S2-nya terus S3-nya kombinasi itu kayak nanti kebijakan ada hal-hal baru ya. S2-nya kalau nggak salah saya juga orang dulu kan gini kok kultasnya dari sisi politik ekonomi kita dari ekonomi sisi politik bisa timbul balik kita orang kita ini kan border dan tapi yang dari sisinya kita mungkin kita punya concern dari awal sampai akhirnya itu adalah di sini selain punya payung penelitian 5 tahun kalau kita sendiri fokus kita tidak ngebuang ya biasanya kita ya profesor itu kan dia di basicnya baiknya bisa dari fungsional dan jangan lagi dari situ pada waktu itu saya
Kata ayah, itu namanya mesin ATM. Ayah sering ngasih makan mesin ATM pakai kartu. Abis itu mesin ATM dipijit-pijit. Terus keluar uang deh. Ayah, itu uang baru ya?
Oh, ini. Iya, ini uang baru. Nilainya Rp75.000.
Wah, boleh pinjem gak ya?
Boleh.
Uangnya rapi, mulus, dan warnanya terang. Bagus banget. Nih ya.
Bagus ya?
Iya.
Yuk.
Ayo. Ibu.
Udah pulang?
Udah dong.
Cepet banget. Dah sana cuci tangan.
Biasa, Bu.
Apa nih?
Buat belanja.
Wih. Uang baru nih.
Iya dong.
Makasih ya.
Sama-sama. Sejak kapan kamu ada di situ? Pasti uang jajan, iya kan? Nih. Nah.
Kok lecek sih ya, nggak kayak punya ibu?
Sebentar. Kamu tahu nggak kenapa uang bisa lecek?
Enggak.
Sini. Bayangin. Sejak uang keluar dari mesin ATM, uang yang bagus itu kamu pakai beli-beli. Artinya uang itu pindah dari tangan ke tangan. Nah, di antara orang-orang yang menyimpan uang, ada yang ditaruh di saku, dilipat, ditekuk, dijepit, ditaruh di dalam dompet, kedudukan, kebasahan. Jadi uangnya kotor dan lecek. Kamu suka uang yang bersih kan? Terus gimana caranya supaya uang gak lecek?
Disimpan baik-baik, nggak kejepit, dan nggak ketekuk.
Pinter anak ayah.
Terus mana ya uangnya yang nggak lecek ya?
Nih.
Makasih ayah.
Sama-sama.
Ini dek kembaliannya.
Tunggu sebentar. Abang tahu nggak kenapa uang bisa lecek?
bongo bilang sama aku itu ada ya laki-laki dia ini artinya bongo bilang Ustaz ini kita jangan nggak mau saya percaya bukan itu kita kelihatan bodoh kan ikannya itu dari kita. Iya, ikannya dari kita. Cuma maksudnya kalau lihat perdagangan mereka masih besar. Iya. Mereka malah impor itu kan mereka apa mereka itu kalau ke Malaysia. Terus akhir jadi bermasalah lah hubungan kedua negara ya. Jadi karena bisa-bisa yang orang Singapura itu kan dagangnya ke Indonesia. Cuma mengekspor ikan regulasi kan mengekspor ikan bisa batas kemarin terus kemudian saja itu nggak bisa ini kayaknya ada pembicaraan tentang ikan hias
Kata ayah, itu namanya mesin ATM. Ayah sering ngasih makan mesin ATM pakai kartu. Abis itu mesin ATM dipijit-pijit. Terus dapat uang deh. Ayah, itu uang baru ya?
Oh, ini. Iya, ini uang baru. Nilainya Rp75.000.
Wah, boleh pinjem gak ya?
Boleh.
Uangnya rapi, mulus, dan warnanya terang. Bagus banget. Nih ya.
Bagus ya?
Iya.
Yuk.
Ayo. Ibu.
Udah pulang?
Udah dong.
Cepet banget. Dah sana cuci tangan.
Biasa, Bu.
Apa nih?
Buat belanja.
Wih. Uang baru nih.
Iya dong.
Makasih ya.
Sama-sama. Sejak kapan kamu ada di situ? Pasti uang jajan, iya kan? Nih. Nah.
Kok lecek sih ya, nggak kayak punya ibu?
Sebentar. Kamu tahu nggak kenapa uang bisa lecek?
Enggak.
Sini. Bayangin. Sejak uang keluar dari mesin ATM, uang yang bagus itu kamu pakai beli-beli. Artinya uang itu pindah dari tangan ke tangan. Nah, di antara orang-orang yang menyimpan uang, ada yang ditaruh di saku, dilipat, ditekuk, dijepit, ditaruh di dalam dompet, kedudukan, kebasahan. Jadi uangnya kotor dan lecek. Kamu suka uang yang bersih kan? Terus gimana caranya supaya uang gak lecek?
Disimpan baik-baik, nggak kejepit, dan nggak ketekuk.
Pinter anak ayah.
Terus mana ya uangnya yang nggak lecek ya?
Nih.
Makasih ayah.
Sama-sama.
Ini dek kembaliannya.
Tunggu sebentar. Abang tahu nggak kenapa uang bisa lecek? Aku suka bantu ibu belanja. Soalnya kalau habis belanja, ibu bisa kasih uang kembalian belanjaan. Terus aku bisa beli jajan yang aku mau deh.
Sama-sama. Gabung ya.
Tapi akhir-akhir ini uang kembaliannya.
Nih Bu, kembaliannya Bu.
Duh bang, kok permen sih kembaliannya?
Wah, maaf Bu, emang nggak ada lagi. Lagian itu harganya juga sama dengan harga permen.
Yaudah deh, serah abang aja deh. Buat kamu aja ya.
Loh, kok permen sih Bu? Biasanya kan uang.
Iya, harusnya ya nggak gitu. Cuma mungkin abangnya nggak punya nominal uang kecil. Makanya dia ganti jadi permen.
Berarti bisa jajan pakai permen dong Bu?
Ya nggak bisa nak. Cuma uang yang bisa jadi kembalian. Mau pakai permen kek, mau sayur. Yang bisa jadi kembalian, ya cuma uang. Nih, lihat ya. Uang koin Rp1.000. Meskipun ini uang kecil, tapi manfaatnya besar banget. Bisa buat bayar parkir, bisa buat beli mainan yang kamu mau, juga bisa. Pokoknya, uang receh gini tuh berguna banget. Oh iya, kamu mau jajan? Nih.
Terima kasih Bu.
Sama-sama. Dah, jajan ya.
Bang, beli ya.
Iya Neng,
Beli berapa?
jadi 1.500 saja dek. Bentar ya. Aduh, nggak ada kembaliannya dek. Permen aja ya.
Sejak kapan orang jadi permen? Gak mau, pokoknya uang.
Wah, gimana tuh? Ah, gini aja. Adek punya akun YouTube kan? Ntar abang subscribe akun YouTube-nya. Gimana? Mau ya?
Gak mau bang, pokoknya uang.
Oh, apa Instagram ya? Ntar abang follow sama abang like semua foto-foto adek. Nah, gimana? Punya akun Instagram kan? Ya, mau ya?
Ini lagi follow sama like itu bukan uang. Mana sini uang kembalianku?
Ya iya deh. Nih.
Nah, gitu dong Bang. Cakep.
Masya Allah.
Sebagai salah satu wilayah strategis yang terletak di lalu lintas perdagangan internasional di Selat Malaka dan berbatasan langsung dengan negara Singapura yang menjadi pusat perdagangan dan bisnis Asia, Provinsi Kepulauan Riau diberikan limpahan rahmat dari Tuhan Yang Maha Esa menjadi salah satu sumber daya maritim terbesar di Indonesia. Universitas Maritime Raja Ali Haji didirikan atas keinginan segenap warga Provinsi Kepulauan Riau untuk menerapkan dan mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan melalui penelitian berbasis ekonomi kemaritiman yang inovatif dan berkualitas. Maka didirikanlah Fakultas Ekonomi Umrah. Fakultas Ekonomi yang berdiri sejak pondasi umrah didirikan pada tahun 2007, saat ini memiliki 2 program studi, yaitu program studi akuntansi dan program studi manajemen. Kedua program studi tersebut telah diakreditasi oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional dengan berpredikat B.
Selamat datang di Universitas Maritime Raja Ali Haji, Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Maritime Raja Ali Haji. Saya Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi, Dr. Asma Husna, SEMMAKCE, mengucapkan selamat datang di Fakultas Ekonomi. Visi Fakultas Ekonomi adalah menjadi pusat unggulan riset ekonomi dan bisnis, serta berdaya saing internasional per tahun 2024. Ke depan kami akan segera mendirikan ilmu ekonomi beserta magister manajemen yang kami pahami.
udah apply ke
Raja Ali Haji.
bagus.
nggak usah yang secantiknya aja. Mukanya kena ini ya? Enggak. Ini? Iya. Sini? Kena. Tes 1, 2, 3. Selamat datang. Welcome to ladies and gentlemen in MEBIC Faculty Economic University Maritime ya? Maritime Raja Ali Haji, Indonesia, Tanjung Pinang, Indonesia. Tes 1, 2, 3. Tes. Nampain itunya, bisa nggak? Maritime. Betul ya. Oh ya. Silau. Tes 1, 2, 3. Tes 1, 2, 3. Oh yaudah, sebagusnya aja. Tes 1, 2, 3. Tes 1, 2, 3. Tes 1, 2, 3. Tes 1, 2, 3. Tes. Selamat datang Bapak Abad. Sepertinya Bapak Abad lagi mengantuk. Tes 1, 2, 3. Tuh, udah bisa ya. Kalau udah bisa buat kan buka dulu. Hah? Saya di situ aja pengen. Apa? Oh, ada pernah di situ. Oh, mau di kamar situ. Oh yaudah, kalau enggak Indah duluan, nanti kami nunggu, kami gantian sama Rifda. Ya, oke. Ya.
Sebagai salah satu wilayah strategis yang terletak di lalu lintas perdagangan internasional di Selat Malaka dan berbatasan langsung dengan negara Singapura yang menjadi pusat perdagangan dan bisnis Asia, Provinsi Kepulauan Riau diberikan limpahan rahmat dari Tuhan Yang Maha Esa menjadi salah satu sumber daya maritim terbesar di Indonesia. Universitas Maritime Raja Ali Haji didirikan atas keinginan segenap warga Provinsi Kepulauan Riau untuk menerapkan dan mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan melalui penelitian berbasis ekonomi kemaritiman yang inovatif dan berkualitas. Maka didirikanlah Fakultas Ekonomi Umrah. Fakultas Ekonomi yang berdiri sejak pondasi umrah didirikan pada tahun 2007, saat ini memiliki 2 program studi, yaitu program studi akuntansi dan program studi manajemen. Kedua program studi tersebut telah diakreditasi oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional dengan berpredikat B.
Selamat datang di Universitas Maritime Raja Ali Haji, Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Maritime Raja Ali Haji. Saya Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi Dr. Asmaul Husna, SCM, MAKCE, mengucapkan selamat datang di Fakultas Ekonomi. Visi Fakultas Ekonomi adalah menjadi pusat unggulan riset ekonomi dan bisnis, serta berdaya saing internasional per tahun 2024. Ke depan kami akan segera mendirikan ilmu ekonomi beserta magister manajemen yang kami pahami
I saw my English skills improve significantly only after 3 months.
Sebagai salah satu wilayah strategis yang terletak di lalu lintas perdagangan internasional, sebagai salah satu wilayah strategis yang terletak di lalu lintas perdagangan internasional di Selat Malaka dan berbatasan langsung dengan negara Singapura yang menjadi pusat perdagangan dan bisnis Asia, Provinsi Kepulauan Riau diberikan limpahan rahmat dari Tuhan Yang Maha Esa menjadi salah satu sumber daya maritim terbesar di Indonesia. Universitas Maritime Raja Ali Haji didirikan atas keinginan segenap warga Provinsi Kepulauan Riau untuk menerapkan dan mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan melalui penelitian berbasis ekonomi kemaritiman yang inovatif dan berkualitas. Maka didirikanlah Fakultas Ekonomi Umrah. Fakultas Ekonomi yang berdiri sejak pondasi umrah didirikan pada tahun 2007. Saat ini memiliki 2 program studi, yaitu program studi akuntansi dan program studi manajemen. Kedua program studi tersebut telah diakreditasi oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional dengan berpredikat B.
Selamat datang di Universitas Maritime Raja Ali Haji, Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Maritime Raja Ali Haji. Saya Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi, Dr. Asmaul Husna, SEMM AKCE, mengucapkan selamat datang di Fakultas Ekonomi. Visi Fakultas Ekonomi adalah menjadi pusat unggulan riset ekonomi dan bisnis, serta berdaya saing internasional per tahun 2024. Ke depan kami akan segera mendirikan ilmu ekonomi beserta magister manajemen yang kami pahami bahwa banyak peminat-peminat atas jurusan dimaksud.
Fakultas Ekonomi atau FE Umrah terus berupaya menjadi fakultas ekonomi terkemuka yang memiliki keunggulan akademik dan profesional berbasis kemaritiman di Indonesia. Upaya tersebut telah menghasilkan ribuan alumni yang aktif berkontribusi di berbagai sektor perekonomian di Indonesia. FE Umrah senantiasa menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki kompetensi akademik, bertakwa, berakhlak mulia, cerdas, mandiri, memiliki komitmen kebangsaan, dan mampu berkembang secara profesional. FE Umrah berkomitmen menciptakan insan yang berdedikasi pada sektor maritim untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sumber daya manusia Indonesia. FE Umrah didukung fasilitas memadai untuk kenyamanan proses pembelajaran seperti ruang kelas yang nyaman, laboratorium komputer, dan fasilitas perpustakaan yang lengkap.
Katanya nggak ada lagi ya?
Kerjasama dengan perguruan tinggi sudah banyak juga kami lakukan, diantaranya perguruan tinggi negeri, Universitas Riau, Universitas Negeri Solo, maupun perguruan tinggi swasta yang ada di Kepulauan Riau. Dan ke depan kami juga akan melakukan kerjasama dengan Universitas Teknologi Malaysia UTM di Johor Bahru.
Lokasi kampus yang jauh dari keramaian namun mudah dijangkau menjadi nilai tambah bagi mahasiswa untuk mendapatkan kenyamanan belajar. FE Umrah mendukung kegiatan yang dapat menyalurkan minat dan bakat mahasiswa di bidang olahraga, seni, dan lain-lain. FE Umrah juga melakukan penelitian-penelitian kemasyarakatan sebagai bentuk pengalaman terhadap Tridharma perguruan tinggi. Keterlibatan FE Umrah pada pengabdian kepada masyarakat juga terus ditekankan sebagai kontribusi solusi terhadap permasalahan yang ada. FE Umrah juga terus menggalang kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak baik pada skala lokal, regional, hingga tingkat nasional. Untuk itu, FE Umrah akan terus berkembang bersama putra-putri bangsa, membangun Kepulauan Riau, membangun Indonesia, membangun sektor ekonomi maritim Indonesia sebagai poros maritim dunia. Sebagai salah satu wilayah strategis yang terletak di lalu lintas perdagangan internasional di Selat Malaka dan berbatasan langsung dengan negara Singapura yang menjadi pusat perdagangan dan bisnis Asia, Provinsi Kepulauan Riau diberikan limpahan rahmat dari Tuhan Yang Maha Esa menjadi salah satu sumber daya maritim terbesar di Indonesia. Universitas Maritime Raja Ali Haji didirikan atas keinginan segenap warga Provinsi Kepulauan Riau untuk menerapkan dan mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan melalui penelitian berbasis ekonomi kemaritiman yang inovatif dan berkualitas. Maka didirikanlah Fakultas Ekonomi Umrah. Fakultas Ekonomi yang berdiri sejak pondasi umrah didirikan pada tahun 2007, saat ini memiliki 2 program studi yaitu program studi akuntansi dan program studi manajemen. Kedua program studi tersebut telah diakreditasi oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional dengan berpredikat B.
Selamat datang di Universitas Maritime Raja Ali Haji, Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Maritime Raja Ali Haji. Saya Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi Dr. Asmaul Husna, SCM, MAKCE, mengucapkan selamat datang di Fakultas Ekonomi. Visi Fakultas Ekonomi adalah menjadi pusat unggulan riset ekonomi dan bisnis, serta berdaya saing internasional per tahun 2024. Ke depan kami akan segera mendirikan ilmu ekonomi beserta magister manajemen yang kami pahami bahwa banyak peminat-peminat atas jurusan dimaksud.
Fakultas Ekonomi atau FE Umrah terus berupaya menjadi fakultas ekonomi terkemuka yang memiliki keunggulan akademik dan profesional berbasis kemaritiman di Indonesia. Upaya tersebut telah menghasilkan ribuan alumni yang aktif berkontribusi di berbagai sektor perekonomian di Indonesia. FE Umrah senantiasa menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki kompetensi akademik, bertakwa, berakhlak mulia, cerdas, mandiri, memiliki komitmen kebangsaan, dan mampu berkembang secara profesional. FE Umrah berkomitmen menciptakan insan yang berdedikasi pada sektor maritim untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sumber daya manusia Indonesia. FE Umrah didukung fasilitas memadai untuk kenyamanan proses pembelajaran seperti ruang kelas yang nyaman, laboratorium komputer, dan fasilitas perpustakaan yang lengkap.
Kerjasama dengan perguruan tinggi sudah banyak juga kami lakukan, diantaranya perguruan tinggi negeri, Universitas Riau, Universitas Negeri Solo, maupun perguruan tinggi swasta yang ada di Kepulauan Riau. Dan ke depan kami juga akan melakukan kerjasama dengan Universitas Teknologi Malaysia UTM di Johor Bahru.
Lokasi kampus yang jauh dari keramaian namun mudah dijangkau menjadi nilai tambah bagi mahasiswa untuk mendapatkan kenyamanan belajar. FE Umrah mendukung kegiatan yang dapat menyalurkan minat dan bakat mahasiswa di bidang olahraga, seni, dan lain-lain. FE Umrah juga melakukan penelitian-penelitian kemasyarakatan sebagai bentuk pengalaman terhadap Tridharma perguruan tinggi. Keterlibatan FE Umrah pada pengabdian kepada masyarakat juga terus ditekankan sebagai kontribusi solusi terhadap permasalahan yang ada. FE Umrah juga terus menggalang kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak baik pada skala lokal, regional, hingga tingkat nasional. Untuk itu, FE Umrah akan terus berkembang bersama putra-putri bangsa, membangun Kepulauan Riau, membangun Indonesia, membangun sektor ekonomi maritim Indonesia sebagai poros maritim dunia.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Gunter Pauli. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you perfectly well. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, is it all set? Shall we start? Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our second session for this international conference on maritime, economic, and business. It's a really wonderful day today. We have Gunter Pauli with us. This is he's prominent and eminent in the blue economy concept. He's the founder in this concept. So I'm gonna read to you a short bio of Mr. Gunter Pauli. He's an entrepreneur, pedagogy, and author. He pioneers innovation and created new quote-unquote disruptive business models. He accompanied over 200 projects over the past quarter of century, translating ideas with solid science into efficient, implemented through entrepreneurship. This initiative have evolved in 3 unicorn and thousands of demonstrations on how the transform society. Gunter adhered to a philosophy summarized in his book, The Blue Economy. It's published in 2010 and now translated into nearly 50 languages. This is really great, incredible books. I really recommend you to read these books to all the participants I did. This is very inspiring. And he proposed to avoid dividing opinions and center around for or against. Rather, he continuously focused on finding better solution, much better indeed. He embraced radical change, shifting from the obsession to ever higher level of efficiency, globalization, and ever lower prices, to resilience and the capacity to better respond to the basic need of all. By generating value with what is locally available, he dedicated half of his time to inspire children with fables that empower them to create a super world their parents could never have imagined. His late book, The Economy of Happiness, is based on successful implementation of game-changing businesses and underlying principles that establish the successful pursuit of health and happiness. This is a short bio of Mr. Gunter Pauli. So today we are gonna give this time and opportunity for Mr. Gunter Pauli to talk in the front of us. We believe that it's going to be a very inspiring speech. Time is yours, Mr. Gunter Pauli.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is really, for me, always an honor and a pleasure to address an audience in Indonesian. And you mentioned my book, The Blue Economy, which is published in Bahasa Indonesia as well. So it is, you don't have to read it in English, you can read it in Bahasa Indonesian. I am very pleased to speak to you all, because if we talk about a maritime economy, of course, Indonesia is the prime example in the world. We know you have 17,000 islands. We know you extend so many time zones. We know you are very dependent on fishing. We know that you have a maritime space which has all the potential to be developed over the decades to come, in order to, and this is very important, not in order to exploit the oceans, not in order to exploit the natural resources, but in order to secure that people can live healthy and happy. To me, this is very important. We forget that in economics, and particularly the guru of marketing, Philip Kotler, he stated very clearly in the early 60s, when he wrote his first book on marketing management, he said very clearly that we have to respond to what the people need and want. This is a very important consideration. And second, let me refer to the Holy Quran and indicate a very important definition in the Quran of what is halal. Halal is what is good for you and for the environment. And to me, this is some of the key elements. We all agree that what we do must be good for people and the environment, and we must respond to the needs. So with that overall framework, let me dive more deeply into the specifics of what it means as you call in your subtitle real action. And one of the reasons why I accepted joining you today is because you put this socio-entrepreneurship real action into your title. There are many people who talk about the blue economy today, and that is good, but very few people talk about real action. So let us talk about real action. When you want to have today a competitive economy, and you want to implement the competitive economy in a huge island like Java or Kalimantan, it's going to be fundamentally different when you are going to develop a economy in the Comoros Islands or even in Bali, which is just a couple million inhabitants. We need to keep in mind that the large majority of living space and communities around the world is, first of all, coastal, and second is small communities. And Indonesia is, of course, the prime example of how smaller communities along the coast are fundamentally different from how you would manage the hard realities of a megalopolis like Jakarta, which is of course also located along the sea, but with a totally. Now, my interest goes predominantly to the thousands of smaller islands, because if we succeed in designing the social entrepreneurship of a marine economy for smaller islands, we will dramatically change the livelihood on these islands. And that will permit us to reduce the departure, the exodus of the islands towards the bigger system, the bigger cities where people nearly without exception live in rather miserable circumstances compared to what we have as an opportunity on the islands. Now, island economies have been largely described as subsistence economies. That means economies where people live and work in order to subsist. That means to survive. This is not the right way to approach it. We are in need of looking at the local resources and use the local resource sustainably in order for a whole community to be lifted out of poverty, to be lifted out of subsistence, and have a quality of life. And what we are proposing in the blue economy is that we make an analysis of what is locally available. And of course, the majority of the traditional economists will say there's nothing. Now, if you see nothing, then you better close your eyes and imagine what it could be. And let me just start with a very basic observation. If you have sun, if you have seawater, and if you have wind, which is of course always there when you're on an island, then you have all that is needed to provide for the drinking water, the food, the energy, and you will be generating sufficient income so that the modernity tokens of life, the artifacts of modernity can also be acquired. Let me explain to you. I am operating since several years an experimental boat, a boat that has gone 3 times around the world. And this boat actually operates only with solar, wind, only with solar and wind. That is all what we're using. The boat is able to take seawater and convert it into drinking water and at the same time produce hydrogen. A hydrogen economy is not an economy in the long future. A hydrogen economy is an economy available short term, provided we don't compress it and ship it over very long distances at high pressure. So we have created a system whereby we can produce the hydrogen from seawater with both solar energy, which we have on the boat, 516 square meters, and we have the kite power, which allows us with artificial intelligence and robotics to harness the power of the wind. When you combine these two in a local environment, then we are able to change the logic of the local economics. Unfortunately, most of the island economies, most of the coastal economies, heavily depend on diesel fuel to generate power, and they depend on reverse osmosis for providing drinking water. This means that a lot of costs is spent in order to acquire the power and to generate the water and the energy. And as a result, there is very little money left for any of the day-to-day activities and purchase requirements. So many people very quickly say, well, this is a very nice dream. This is a very nice vision. Tell me where it has been implemented. And I think this is really the power of our proposal of the blue economy, since we have implemented this, not once, but several times. We started 20 years ago on the island of El Hierro in Spain, which is part of the Canary Islands. It is an island that had about 15,000 people, and over the years, more and more people left the island to go and live in the big cities like Madrid, Valencia, and Barcelona. The number of population on the island was reducing so fast that the Spanish government had decided to organize the abandonment of the island, and the island would be converted into an uninhabited island. At that moment, we intervened, and the response was, there is no budget, there is no money. Well, it is always important when you want to have a real implementation of action, then you need to see where is the money. And the first money that we found was not cash in the bank, but it was the money that was spent on buying the diesel, because any government will not only subsidize the diesel, the governments will secure that the diesel is available, because if there's no diesel fuel, then there's no generation of power, etc. So we made a budget of 10 years of diesel fuel, and we converted that in our investment capital. Thanks to the smart intervention of local banks, we converted the spending on fuel into capital for sustainability. And it was an amazing amount of money for a population of only 5,600 people. The island was spending on an annual basis 9 million euro. Now, when you're spending 9 million euro, which is about 10 million US dollars, when you're spending every year $10 million on the fuel and the generator, that means that you have an investment budget of 100 million. So we were able to negotiate this swapping of diesel for sustainable energy. And at the same time, we started developing local economic activities. Now, when you're on an island, the first local activity you look at is fishing. It's obvious because this is the subsistence of protein delivered to the local population. Now, it is no secret that around the world, fish stocks have been under very heavy pressure. Indonesia, fortunately, still has the large majority, more than 90% of its fishing fleet, if we can call it a fleet, more than 90% of the fleet are still small boats and canoes made out of wood and local materials. But the international fishing fleet circumnavigating the Indonesian islands are without any doubt emptying the seas. Emptying the seas, and that fish has two challenges. First of all, when the fishing technique of modern times are used, we are using nets. And when the nets are used, 70% of the fish are dead before they get onto the boat. This is not an efficient way of treating life. And this is the reason why first in Spain, but later in Morocco, we started to develop the technique of fishing only the males. Now, this is a very interesting one. Our reflection is the following, that females with eggs cannot be fished nor eaten. We have to liberate the female fishes with eggs, so we needed to design a fishing technique that separates the males from the females. And there is a beautiful technology developed by the dolphins and the whales, because when the dolphins go fishing, they fish with bubbles, and the air bubbles push the fishes up. But the bubbles are designed to the size that the females, who are heavier because they have all the eggs in their belly, the females are not pushed up. This is ingenious. I mean, we have to say how really the creation of life in the ocean has been surrounded by an intelligence that surpasses any internet or satellite technology of human beings. The beauty of this design is that the dolphins know that if they want to eat fish next year, that they cannot kill nor eat the females with eggs. Now, we know once we are confronted with it, that this is absurd to kill the females with eggs. But this is exactly what we're doing. We're not only overfishing, we're fishing the females with eggs. So we have developed a fishing technique installed on catamarans that permit us to simulate, to imitate, to have learned from the dolphins. And so we are also able to separate through the release of bubbles. We're able to separate and have now at this stage 90% of the females with eggs will have escaped from the catchment, and those that are still caught into the air bubble net, well, those will be removed by hand. Ladies, gentlemen, let us be very clear. If you do not catch the females with eggs, you double your fish stock in the next year. Double. I mean, and this is the basics of life. But as I told you in the beginning, there are two challenges that we have to face. The first challenge is overfishing. And now we know the indiscriminate fishing of females with eggs. But the second problem is plastics. We have been releasing plastics in the sea in such an indiscriminate way. I mean, we simply thought that our toothbrush or the diaper that we throw into the ocean is basically going to disappear, just like the banana leaves and the palm leaves will disappear. And this is wrong. But we never had acquired the culture of avoiding plastics to get into the sea. Now, it's a very big challenge because if you are releasing plastics in the sea, those plastics will not degrade. And why is that? Because the plastics are designed for their biodegradation in the soil. If some of you are scientists specialized in biology or in plastics polymers, then you know that biodegradation is made possible thanks to bacteria that live in the soil. Now, the soil bacteria do not exist in the ocean, and therefore most of the plastics will never degrade in the ocean. They rather will become smaller and smaller and smaller. Today, the size of plastics has gone to micron size, and since we started studying this in more detail, we are even finding plastics at the nano size. Now, nano size of plastics get not just in the stomach of the fish and the oysters and the octopus, the nanoplastics also get into the brain. We are finding for the first time in history fish with plastics in their brain. What a disaster. What have we done? And as the chairman of the session rightfully indicated, we are not here to criticize and to be negative. We are here to find concrete action to take initiatives to change reality around without being antagonistic and without criticizing. I have a very important philosophical approach, and permit me to interject with a philosophy analysis. If I am doing something bad, but I wasn't aware that I was doing something bad, then we call this an unintended consequence. It's a consequence we didn't foresee. But if you're doing bad and you know you're doing bad, then this is called collateral damage. That means that you are willingly to deprive others quality of life or even life, and that is not permitted. So therefore, I have worked with our scientists from around the world, and I have questioned them how to remove the nanoplastics, in particular the nanoplastics from the ocean waters and the settlement of these plastics on the bottom of the sea. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to report to you that we now have the technology to remove the nanoplastics. And it is very important to please bear with me for a few moments so I explain how this technology works. Some of you who've been able to read my book on the blue economy will know that I always look for inspiration in nature. Nature has solved just about any problem that we could imagine, and nature is ingenious in bringing forward technical solutions that work. Technical solutions that work. So how did we go about finding the technology that removes the nanoplastics? Well, my question to you would be, what is the most efficient removal system that you have in your body? Yes, our body is a system of ingestion, of inhaling, exhaling, and excretion. That means we have a system of putting things in and letting things go out. It's our kidneys, it's our liver, but the most efficient of them all are our lungs. You know, when you're breathing in and you're breathing out, you basically activate 500 million small sponges in your lungs, which are connected to billions of capillary veins. And when a CO2 in the blood goes through these sponges, it is absorbed and we exhale. Now, I asked the scientists, can we use the same technique as our lungs use to isolate and extract CO2 from our blood, to isolate and extract nanoplastics from seawater? And we succeeded. This is one of the best days in my life when I realized that it was possible to remove nanoplastics. We use a technology, for those who are in the sciences of physics, we use a technology which is described in the science of physics as microfluids. Microfluids is perhaps easier explained for those of you who are not in the engineering, that if you have a big pipe and you want to pump water through the pipe, you need big pumps. But if you have very tiny pipes, like capillary veins, you do not even need the pumps. So microfluids have this exceptional capacity to flow through, and if you have the right type of obstacles in the fluids, like the sponges with the capillary veins in your lungs, then you are capable of removing the nanoplastics. We can remove up to, in 1 second, all nanoplastics from 1,000 liters of water. This means that if you have an island and you have your fishing grounds, you can install those systems like buoys around your island, and you can remove the nanoplastics permanently, continuously. This is a kind of a novel approach that we are installing, that we have not only tested, but that we have into operations. As of 2022, it will be installed on our experimental boat. And ladies and gentlemen, it is sometimes very important that we have the capacity to look at the reality around us. And the reality around us is that it is possible to change things when we have decided to look for the right technologies. But technologies alone is not enough. We are in need of actually operating technologies with a business model. Here I'm sharing, for those of you who can see, I'm sharing a picture of the boat that we are operating, and we are sharing the novel way of really sailing around the world with a beauty. Here you can also see our boat with a sky sails, with our wind sail, which is a way of operating the ship using wind in a novel way. We're using a kite, we're not using a sail, and this has allowed us to move forward. You see our boat here with the technologies. Now, I'm sorry the subtitle is in French, but it is saying we're inspired by nature. Let us go back to our main meeting. Let us go back to the key message I wanted to share with you. The key message is that, one, we have opportunities, and opportunities are social responsible. Our goal is the common good. If you increase the number of fish and you remove the microplastics, you have really been offering a service to humanity. And I think this is very important. But at the same time, we are able to offer people not only the capacity to serve the communities, they will be able to serve themselves. We can secure energy, we can secure drinking water, we can ensure more fishes than ever before, and we can ensure a series of activities that will accompany this. Ladies and gentlemen, I have talked for about 15 minutes, 30 minutes, and we have a little under 15 minutes to go. I would just like to invite you all, of course, to ask me questions. I am available for answering these questions. And while you're perhaps thinking about answering your or formulating your questions, which you can do in writing on the chat, or you can do asking it to the chairman of the session. But I would like to conclude with the following observation. You have heard just two of the innovations that we have implemented. Two proposals. Now we have more than 200 proposals. And in my book, The Blue Economy, I describe 100 proposals. So the message is that there are many initiatives, and in a 30 to 45-minute intervention, I unfortunately cannot cover more than two of those proposals in some detail. Each of these initiatives merits a very specific, detailed attention and analysis. But the core of my message is that the science is there to find the solutions. The solutions are found by being inspired in nature. And the implementation has to benefit, in the first place, the communities that live along the coasts. And island communities are of a particular need to secure that we have a future with what is locally available, a future where we can see abundance, a future where we can correct the errors of the past. So, ladies and gentlemen, with these words, I turn the floor back to the chairman of this session. And if you have any further questions or observations, please let me know. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Guntur Pauli. Please join me to give applause to Mr. Guntur Pauli, please. Okay, this is a very enriching and it's very give enlightenment for us about the I'm sorry to say this, but it's your presentation is give it some sense to me that how intelligent the nature actually are and how dumb our society actually are. So this is really paradox that I think that you mentioned in your presentation. So today I have a lot of a message that some participants want to ask question directly to you, but as a chair, I can be a bit selfish because I have the right to ask you a question directly, and for me this is really amazing. So the question that I want to ask you, you mentioned previously about small community in the who live in the coastal area. This is what really happened in Indonesia, because it's like you mentioned marine economy is considered as you know, a subsystem economy, because you know the economy activities focus in Jakarta and land, but nobody really cares about the you know, it's about the coastal area. This has been there for more than centuries in Indonesia. So my question to you is what should we do, and the government should do regarding this this model to resolve this problem? Because the paradigms is, we try to change the paradigms to look at the outer island. Previously we call it outer island for the coastal area. Now we call it frontline islands. So, but it's not really changed anything apart from epistemology. and we are not going to debate about epistemology and from one to discussing from one seminars to another. What we want to know is something's different, the structure of economy. This is my first question to you. So I start with myself, and I know that a lot of participants really eager to ask you a question, but this is my right purpose. Thank you very much.
Well, you have all the right to use your executive power as chair of the session. So I'm happy to oblige with you. I think your question is an excellent one, because what can governments do? And my advice to the governments that I have worked with is, in the first place, to make an inventory of the opportunities. You know, we have somehow in government a habit of looking at all the problems. Oh, there is not enough water, or no, there is not enough energy, and there's no medical service, and there is too much poverty, and. So we have the habit as governments to identify the problems. And my suggestion is, stop identifying the problems. We know the problems. And this is not difficult to figure out. You don't pay any consultant anymore to figure out more problems. What we need is, give me the portfolio of the solutions. Do you have 10 or 20 solutions that we can implement on the island? Then you submit this to the people on the island and the communities on the island. And then you will see a very quick reaction. People will say, I would love to have this solution. I would love to have the fishing technique so I don't kill the females with the eggs. I would love to try how to make hydrogen with a kite. And for my dear friends in Indonesia, please do know that the kite which is being used, that kite technique was invented in Indonesia. It's in Sumatra that it was already used 8,000 years ago. I mean, you have contributed with your intelligence and tradition to this technology. So my response is, motivate the government to start making inventories opportunities. This is what we have been doing for the past 25 years. We made for the island of El Hierro in Spain an inventory of everything that was possible. And then we decided on 8 initiatives and we implemented them. We were on the island of Bonaire. Maybe you know the island, a small island, Bonaire in the Caribbean, 17,000 inhabitants. Well, that island has become a center for the regeneration of coral reefs with a novel technique. We're doing it on the island of Reunion in the Indian Ocean, where we're also innovating in new techniques of using energy and how to secure the survival of corals with global warming. That means on every single island that you select, make the inventory of the opportunities and then decide with the local population, what are our first initiatives to undertake?
Okay. Thank you very much. I already used my executive power to ask a question directly to Mr. Guntur Pauli. Now, since you mentioned about the microplastic and bacteria and how this have the impact to the fish, I just realized that this is really bad for it's like for us as a human being. We consume a fish every day, and it can be triggered to the. I heard that this can be triggered for to cancer. So before I go further and give opportunity to participant to ask question, I would like to invite our Mr. Guntur Pauli. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm there. I'm here. I hear you very well.
I would like to invite Mr. Agung. Actually, his expertise is microplastic and bacteria. He got his PhD from university in Paris, in France. So if you don't mind, Pak Agung, can I invite you to give give you point of view regarding this topic that Mr. Guntur Pauli mentioned to us just now. Please, time is yours. Hello.
He needs to be unmuted.
Pak Agung, can you unmute? Okay, maybe.
Okay. No, it's okay because you didn't give me the permission before. Well, first of all, Mr. Guntur Pauli, it is our honor. I'm very angry with our chairman because even me as director, he don't want to give me the first to speak with you. But this is the right of the chairman, yeah. So I cannot, I must obey too. Yeah. Mr. Pauli, first of all, I would like to thanks with the opportunity for us that you can join the keynote in this very first conference in our campus. I just want to mention that Raja Ali Haji Maritime University is the newly campus in Indonesia. It's about only 11 years, yeah, as the public university. So we are going now in the developing. So your presence is very important, very strategic for us in regard to our development. So when we talk about the blue economy, I just want to focusing on our province, which is the Riau Island province. Riau Island province is the province that consists with the 2,408 islands, and 96% of the territory is the ocean or the sea. So talking about the blue economy in this kind of the province is very, very relevant. So I think I will try to link it with the Sustainable Development Goal. From all the goal, the 17 goal, I think most of the goal can be applied in our province, yeah, in order to avoid the no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, and etc. And more particularly for the SDG 14, which is the life below water, that's in relation with the blue economy. And it is very interesting because in our province we have it is not supported by scientific based knowledge. So you just mentioned about how the fish can intelligently control the sustainability of the for the catch, yeah. But we, the human being, cannot do better than them, yeah. So I think it's very important for us to learn much more from the nature, and I hope that you can also help us in the next future time to build our capacity building in regard to the blue economy. So there is Riau Island province is a very interesting locus because it is strategically good in geographic, yeah, and geostrategic. So I think we need that the collaboration us and your institute will be developed in the next future time. And it is very interesting concerning the microplastic and even nanoplastic, by using how to remove the nanoplastic from the fluid by using the microfluid technique. It is even I work with the marine debris and microplastic pollution. I don't have the adequate information in regard to the microfluid. You explain us clearly that it is very technically it's feasible. Then I think Riau Island province is a very nice place to implement it, this kind of the problem. So So in the concern the blue economy, I think what we understand now is in blue economy how we can optimizing in the perspective of sustainability the marine and maritime resources in which we have for the human being welfare. So we have to work a lot and to try to find a good strategy in order to manage our environment. So I don't have the question, of course, for you, but it's more to try to convince or to invite you in the next time to help us for the next collaboration, yeah, because I think we have some locus area which is very important, and we are now in the we are a young university that want to be developed more rapidly. So your help is very important for us in the next future times. I think for me, just I hope Dr. Gunter Poli can enjoy the conference with us. Yeah, and thank you very much again that to come to Indonesia, even just only using the Zoom platform. Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Poli. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Agung. So this is the response. We want to respond from Mr. Gunter Poli. Please, time is yours.
I am very grateful to Rector to give me his comments, and let me congratulate you and your university, young university, to embark on a university that is Universitas Maritime. You know, it's very important. We need universities dedicated to the maritime environment. It's 70% of the earth is covered with the oceans. How can we not have a dedicated focus? But we have to ensure that our students are not only thinking about mining the bottom of the sea, they're not only thinking about new fishing techniques with GPS, satellite, sonar systems, etc. We need to have a holistic approach. That means that in the end of the day, it needs to be good for nature and it needs to be good for people. You know, it's a very basic premise. Be good to people, be good to nature. And I would like your students to really have an opportunity to learn about the philosophy of life of the ocean. We need to recognize that human beings have been very closely connected with the oceans throughout our lives. And even if I'm going over my time, I should have left already for another meeting. But let me just say, when human beings came from the center of the land, the forests, and they settled along the coasts, that the seafood is what really developed the brain of the human being. When the human being started eating seafood, the brain grows factor 3 times bigger. That means we have forgotten that our human intelligence comes from the capacity to eat seafood. And therefore, we have to ensure that the resources of the sea are going to be available for generations to come. And this links back to what I call the philosophy. And I have had the opportunity to study the Quran, the Holy Quran. And what we know is that this definition of halal is so important. What is good for you and good for the earth is what we need to eat, isn't what we need to have. We should not have things that are bad for the earth or bad for you. And as long as we maintain that philosophy. Now, when it comes to the technology, I see several questions from the students or participants that how we get the nanoplastics out of the water. And I would suggest to Rector a very practical thing. Let's get one of the systems installed at your university. Let us take one of the islands or two of the islands and let us just install. Of course, these are novel units. These are not cheap. These are handmade, but these are technologies that are for the future. So I am offering to the Universitas Maritime, to the rector, that if you have the possibility, we can first of all work together on identifying all the opportunities, and we can do that rather quickly. Second, if we come to a common understanding that there is the possibility to have a new type of fishing that allows the females to survive, and we have at the same time a capacity to clean out the oceans from plastics, let us do that. And my team can coordinate with the rector on how to implement that. I need now to apologize to the chairman of the meeting that unfortunately I have to go. I already overstepped my agenda, but I suggest the following. The students that have questions, because I'm here for the students in the first place. The students that have questions, they can formulate the question and I do my best to respond to them by email. Is that a deal?
Yes, it's great.
So let's advance along those lines. Thank you so much for having me, and success, prima kasih, success with all your work at the Universitas Maritime.
Okay, thank you very much, and please give applause to Mr. Guntur Pauli. We're really pleased to have you with us, Mr. Guntur Pauli, and we want to say thank you very much, and we hope we can meet sometime in the future, whether in Indonesia or in the other part of the world, for makes the better world for us and the next generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you in Indonesia.
See you in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, we just finished our session with Mr. Guntur Pauli. As we know that he's a prominent and eminent, not just scholar, but entrepreneur, pedagogy, and authors regarding these topics, blue economy. So I'm not gonna make any conclusion for Guntur Pauli's speech. That all of you, I believe, that have conclude for yourself, and then you have the take away point from this speech. So as a moderator in this season, I'm really feel happy here, and then I'm really thankful for your attention. And I'm gonna give this back to the MC. And thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, thanks to the moderator and speakers. The next agenda is the presentation by each presenter, who will be guided by each chair. The chairs in this session are Dr. Ani Suryanti, Miss Elsa, and Miss Uli Sofia. To Dr. Ani Suryanti, Miss Elsa, and Miss Uli Sofia, time is yours.
Sebagai salah satu wilayah strategis yang terletak di lalu lintas perdagangan internasional di Selat Malaka dan berbatasan langsung dengan negara Singapura yang menjadi pusat perdagangan dan bisnis Asia, Provinsi Kepulauan Riau diberikan limpahan rahmat dari Tuhan Yang Maha Esa menjadi salah satu sumber daya maritim terbesar di Indonesia. Universitas Maritime Raja Ali Haji didirikan atas keinginan segenap warga Provinsi Kepulauan Riau untuk menerapkan dan mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan melalui penelitian berbasis ekonomi kemaritiman yang inovatif dan berkualitas. Maka didirikanlah Fakultas Ekonomi Umrah. Fakultas Ekonomi yang berdiri sejak pondasi umrah didirikan pada tahun 2007. Saat ini memiliki 2 program studi, yaitu program studi akuntansi dan program studi manajemen. Kedua program studi tersebut telah diakreditasi oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional dengan berpredikat B.
Selamat datang di Universitas Maritime Raja Ali Haji, Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Maritime Raja Ali Haji. Saya Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi Dr. Asmaul Husna, SEMMAK, CE, mengucapkan selamat datang di Fakultas Ekonomi. Visi Fakultas Ekonomi adalah menjadi pusat unggulan riset ekonomi dan bisnis, serta berdaya saing internasional per tahun 2024. Ke depan kami akan segera mendirikan ilmu ekonomi beserta magister manajemen yang kami paham.
Kata ayah itu namanya mesin ATM. Ayah sering ngasih makan mesin ATM pakai kartu. Abis itu mesin ATM dipijit-pijit.
Baik, perhatian kepada Bapak Ibu dan seluruh peserta. Kita akan melaksanakan sesi foto bersama dengan moderator kita.
Oh, ini.
Untuk itu saya persilakan kepada
ini
Bapak
uang
Ibu
baru.
mengambil tempat
Nilainya
pertama.
Rp75.000.
Wah, boleh pinjem gak ya?
Boleh.
Uangnya rapi, mulus, dan warnanya terang. Bagus banget. Nih ya.
Bagus ya?
Iya.
Yuk.
Ayo. Ibu.
Udah pulang?
Udah dong.
Cepet banget. Dah sana cuci tangan.
Biasa, Bu.
Apa nih?
Buat belanja.
Wih, uang baru nih.
Iya dong.
Makasih ya.
Sama-sama. Sejak kapan kamu ada di situ? Pasti uang jajan, iya kan? Nih. Nah.
Kok lecek sih ya, nggak kayak punya ibu?
Sebentar. Kamu tahu nggak kenapa uang bisa lecek?
Enggak.
Sini. Bayangin. Sejak uang keluar dari mesin ATM, uang yang bagus itu kamu pakai beli-beli.
Ya, dimohon kepada seluruh peserta
Artinya uang
seminar.
itu pindah dari tangan.
Okay, so for ladies and gentlemen, please open the camera because we will take a photo together. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Sat, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you.
Untuk peserta presenter nanti akan diarahkan ke mereka untuk sudah mulai live.
Rupiah dan Negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia. Keduanya tidak dapat dipisahkan. Rupiah sebagai simbol kedaulatan negara, sebagai satu-satunya alat pembayaran yang sah di Indonesia, mendukung setiap aktivitas ekonomi masyarakat, penggerak roda perekonomian, kebanggaan seluruh komponen bangsa Indonesia. Rupiah didesain dengan sepenuh hati, menampilkan pahlawan nasional kebanggaan bangsa, keindahan dan keragaman budaya Nusantara, memperkuat kebinakaan negara Indonesia. Dengan nilai keindahan dan teknologi pengamanan yang tinggi, menjaga rupiah sama dengan menjaga simbol kedaulatan negara. Saya yakin semua cinta rupiah dengan mengenali, merawat, dan menjaganya sepenuh hati. Saya juga yakin semua bangga rupiah dengan menggunakannya dan mematuhinya sebagai satu-satunya alat pembayaran yang sah untuk setiap transaksi ekonomi dan keuangan di seluruh wilayah Indonesia sebagai simbol kedaulatan dan pemersatu bangsa. Saya mengajak kita semua semakin paham rupiah dengan semakin bijak memperlakukan rupiah dalam bertransaksi, berhemat, berbelanja. Mari kita lakukan dengan benar. Karena rupiah adalah mata uang kita, identitas kita. Mari kita cinta, bangga, dan paham rupiah. Mulai dari diri sendiri.
Chairman and presenter can stay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for information, to all participants seminar, okay, to all audience participants seminar, you can leave in the Zoom, but for chairman and presenter, please stay in this Zoom, because after this we would like to session for panel session. Okay, so information again to all audience. For your information, you can leave in this Zoom, But for chairman and presenter can stay together because after this we would like to panel session. Oh, okay, and don't forget for tomorrow we would like to start this conversation again in 8 o'clock. Okay, for your information, tomorrow we will continue this conversation, and in 8 o'clock in the morning. And for the chairman and presenter, please you can join in this breakout Zoom. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi